much sense to like want to have a Jerry around from a Rick and Morty universe. Like Jerry's a clear textbook covert narcissist, but knows that they're not as intelligent as something else and can make arguments that are for this idea of the past kind of situation that seems like it's good, traditional this, that, or whatever that kind of argument it is, but actually it's not good. I mean, like the Jerry from Rick and Morty isn't really because he's unintelligent, and like Rick can never fucking get around the fact that unintelligent seems to get pretty far. That's not really what the point is. At least not my interpretation of it. Right? It's just like no, it's the fact that like this dude preys upon other people's emotions and him looking pathetic and weak and him having basically straight up taken advantage of his daughter, where to the point where they have kids now, and she's a clearly gifted individual, and Jerry is not even a good enough father to be considered something that should be allowed to raise her kids, right? And that's fucking rough, when you think about like Rick from that side of things. Now, granted, I only got up to like I think the end of the fourth season, and I was homeless at the time, trying to figure out how to, find something to sort of distract myself from being homeless, and so I figured out a way to be able to watch it on a site where it was free. But I was so sad about the whole fucking thing at that fucking point. I was like, this is just so brutally, stupidly too, similar to like my own family and my own life situation sometimes. It's like Jerry seems so nice. Like it seems like he's doing the right thing for his, like, I'm trying to protect my kids and everything. It's like Rick is literally showing him a life outside of what would ever be considered something that is normally there, and it doesn't even get into the fact that it's like, well, clearly they know, like Rick has progressed so far technologically, scientifically, physics, all of this stuff, right? Like in that universe, and when you think about that, it's like, okay, cool, right? But then the fucking government doesn't want to work with the guy, doesn't want, like, other corporations don't want to work with the guy, so that way they can ultimately like have what is essentially like a Star Trek universe going on, where everything's basically free, good to go. People are more educated, they're understanding and more aware even outside their own, planet and of Earth, Like, what the hell about that makes sense, right? Like it's the insanity of like a Jerry. Like you clearly know that there's more there. Like why are you arguing for like Earth's traditional values or any of that when it doesn't actually work that way? Like why would you argue for like the kids can't possibly learn this when it's clear you're invalidating the kids' very definition of, hey, I'm curious enough to want to know. I'm curious enough to want to, try, right? But then he pushes things. And it's like, well, yeah, no, because sometimes as like a parent or whatever, you're going to push your kid to go further, push past a certain comfort zone. And it's like, you kind of have to try and do that to a degree. But there's times when that goes too far and nobody's perfect. So it's like, why are people expecting Rick to be like a perfect thing? And then when you look at it from like where... like one of the stories where he's fighting Obama, version, right? And it's like, we can't have a literal God here, right? That we can't control. And I'm like, why would you want to control Rick? Why wouldn't you just work with Rick to fucking make it so like everything in your universe is great? Like you could run around and do practically everything, or well, at least your planet, right? Like you'd have defense against the aliens that invaded later in the seasons. You'd have, like, fucking more energy outright. You'd have longer life, a happier life, more things to do. right? You know, and it's like Jerry over there is just like, oh my god, no, and I don't, and I am the fucking father. You're the father. You know what I mean? Like when he says like you're a sperm donor, it's like I can kind of get where he comes from. Like, what fathering did you do? Like really, realistically, what did Jerry really do other than fucking attach himself, like he says, a parasite to what is effectively a amazing person, right? His daughter, right? No, they have their own fraught shit, but it's like that's what intelligence and that's what unfortunately being around in a world where it's like this is his like he's a fourth wall, meaning he knows he's in a story. Like a lot of them do. Like you can see them all look at the camera, like they all know that they're in a story when you think about it, and it just doesn't really make much sense in any real aspect to do this kind of like weird song and dance. Right? Where Jerry would be anything other than like a really shitty character. Like Jerry's a seriously like shitty character. Like he's the equivalent of that like genuinely is fully well aware that he's a troll level covert narcissist. You know, can prey upon people's empathy and sympathy. Like Beth has empathy and sympathy. In fact, their kids do too. And he preys upon that. Even Rick's got that, and he's preying upon it. You know what I mean? Like Jerry is a straight up evil character. Like genuinely that, right? And it's like that's insane. You know, like the whole premise of the show, like a lot of people would eventually go, why are we, you know, like eventually you get to that point. Like, what the fuck are we doing? This is insane. Why wouldn't we try and ask Rick to help? Right? Like, why wouldn't we ask, you know, why wouldn't we want to learn? Why wouldn't we want to do any of that? Why would the story be like this? Like, even if it was like, man, you know, there are some serious dangerous things here and we need to, you know, make sure to watch out for that. Even I can see Rick and others just going like, yeah, well, I mean, we can start somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell happened in that universe? Like, what really went down to the point where, like, there's just a no, right? You know what I mean? Like, eventually people start going, why are we being this insane? Why are we doing this? Why are we just putting up with this level of, like, you know, ego, bravado, posturing going on with the government and corporations and more? It wouldn't really make much sense at all when you really break that down. But of course it is a TV show, but the point I'm trying to make is like, it's kind of like my own life. Not that I'm like a Rick and Morty or any of that, but it's just like, I know for a fact I was hacked. I know for a fact I have these conversations. I know for a fact that like I did say and predict, but after a point that can't be prediction, and then after another point, like you can't like do that. You know what I mean? Like you can do, you know what I mean? Like there's a point where it's like that's a over 10 times of astronomical phenomenon that were just not a fucking thing that we would have known had happened or what's going to happen. Even with brute forcing AI predictive analysis techniques, like after a point, it's like, okay, so then what the fuck is that? You know, you end up understanding where my side of that comes in, because it now just seems like it's schizo, right? Right, like it's like grandiose thinking, but it's like, well, I don't see a single person going through that and having that be accurate, having that genuinely consistently happen all the time for years on end, not eventually going, okay, so I can do that. Somehow, however the fuck, whatever this is, okay, I can do that. You know what I mean? Like, that's the point I'm trying to make for people. It's like, no, I know you don't have the information. I know you'd have to work towards that, and I'm not expecting you to immediately believe me. at all. In fact, here's what I know for a fact would be helpful in you being able to know that information and find it and be able to listen and be able to even have that be there to be able to know that I did say those things, I did, all that, and you don't have to just blind faith or trust me, right? Like that. And then same thing with experiments for ultimately what the fuck might be going on. So it's like there's hackers, and then like, hey, so I was listening, but it's the other thing of well, yeah, just because I listened, it doesn't necessarily mean that you lead or any of that shit, right? Right, and that's fine. I can understand where that would be, whatever fucking way that ultimately went down, however the hell that can happen, right? Because like it doesn't really need any rhyme or reason to it. People can just decide to look in and just keep going, and well, I'm intelligent and I have good ideas sometimes, and so that could lead to one thing or another, okay, right? But when it comes down to like actually ridiculous levels of things, then it turns into like that other side of things where it's like, why would the government ultimately not just show up if they were involved? And it's like, most likely in my mind, like this is just my thought in perspective here. It's very similar to that line. Like, we can't have a literal God here controlling things that would undermine the authority of our government. You know what I mean? Like, would they want that? Obviously not. They would not want that, right? So that's where I come from on that side, because it's like same thing with corporations who have massive control and money and like power and authority and influence and all that over others. Same thing with creators, right? Like, oh, all of a sudden this thing that I did, and he can just like straight up brute force this lie I'll put out, or belief that whatever it is, right? And it's like, no, no, no. Then it would go to the judgment. And so he's like, all of a sudden there's this crowd that would suddenly be on his side, and that would make it more difficult for any of them to really be able to get away with and or have a mistake. And it's like, dude, we all make mistakes. There's nothing wrong with making a mistake, right? That's not a big deal. So, but it's like there's that fear. There could be reasons for that. It's like not that insane to believe that people wouldn't want it to be a thing and would try and hide it. Yes, Phaser, I get it with the squeaky toy. Okay, so it's not insane whatsoever to believe that people wouldn't want it to get out. So that's where I come from on that, because it's like, well, yeah, I know for a fact I did what I did and said what I said. Now, did what I did just means moved and or said things or whatever, because like, what at the end of the day, what was I really doing? Talking out loud in my parents' house and thinking really hard about what I saw around me, and then continuing to talk out loud and singing and dancing and coming up with creative ideas and all the rest of this, and thought experiments and more, right? And so when it comes down to it, it's like, what did I really do? Nothing. I didn't contact anyone. Nobody contacted me. Nothing happened like that. You know what I mean? I didn't really think any of it was like that at all, really, realistically. After a point, it's like, there's like, man, maybe it's a thing. It's just hackers, but like, oh, well, then government would be involved and they would get them, and maybe they'd show up and say, hey, so actually it turns out maybe this was a thing going on with you. You know what I mean? I'm still waiting for that one, right? Because that makes logical sense. It's like, it's not that big of a deal. It's just me just fucking hanging out, and it's like, so I figured that would be the case, right? Right? Because it would make sense. Like, okay, so that's a and there's a path that leads to that, right? It's logical, it's reasonable, but I'm not gonna fucking give in to that type of thing, like I'm not gonna fucking try and go down any, massive paranoia, blah blah blah. Fuck you. I can never really fully get rid of them, anyways. Everybody kind of knows that they can
generally speaking, if somebody knows a thing or two about programming or how to hack or whatever, there isn't really a way to stop most, if not all of that. You know what I mean? So I just was like, fuck it, I'm gonna try and live my life and enjoy myself. But then it turned into like, no, that's my TV idea. That's my scientific article. That's my experiment. That's my song. That's my movie idea. There's a lot there actually. There's so much there actually. There's genuinely trillions of dollars at that point that has been created from that I've done. My ideas, like clearly, that was stolen because I was being hacked. You know, so and it's not impossible to find out. It's the fact that people will probably give them forgiveness and believe that it's like, well, they changed it enough that it's creatively something that is theirs now, or they did this work from. And it's like, but I'm a victim. Clearly, they hacked the shit out of me. You know what I mean? Like that's bullshit. Like actually bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So, and then it turns into, well, I didn't expect there to be that tidal wave, like I said and was trying to force, or that earthquake, but I wanted it. Because it's like, fuck you, I know where you are. Fuck you, I'm gonna hurt this. Fuck you, I'm gonna do that to them. And then same thing when it came down to like people suddenly getting certain mental disorders or physical diseases or having certain heart attacks, strokes, cancers, and more. Then random, seemingly, but can it be random? Says we're talking volcanoes here, there's tidal waves, there's earthquakes, there's changes in weather patterns. And then we look to space and it's like, oh, so we got the proto moon that just suddenly decided to show up and start orbiting us. And we had several stars disappear. There's a supernova here or there. All things I talked about back when I was in the Chandler house that showed up on my feeds for science and news. And it's like, so why wouldn't the fucking government want to have this be a thing that stops? You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't they want to do that? Like, no offense, but I just want justice. You know, people stole my shit. Like, that's clearly what that is. People stole my stuff. That's all it was. I just want acknowledgement for what was taken. I'm not going to say they didn't do any work. But I did work too, and I came up with that. That is mine. I don't care. And I was told, even though I didn't believe it, and knew they wouldn't, that it'd be paid. Now, told in so many ways, but it's like, hey, so if I was, after that amount of time, to believe that they were there and they were able to, you know, hack me, right? But then it's like, right. But I've done it several times where it's like, I've genuinely said the very words that they were saying out loud or thinking or even typing in one of their various chats. Now, I don't look at all because fuck that. I'm not getting involved in their bullshit anymore. I'm trying to fucking free myself from my abusers and escape. But at the same time, it's like, okay, so that's not only just possible at this fucking point because I have to ultimately just deal with the fact that that is stuff I said. These are things that are exactingly those things. that showed up. After a while, could it be that these are just random things and coincidences that I got perfectly right time and time again, over and over and over, multiple times, constantly, every day, for years? And the answer turns into no, obviously you can't say that. You'd be insane to believe that. Clearly, yeah. You can't just lie to yourself that hard. That's delusional denial. Right? And so it's like you go back to the drawing board of the Jerry problem. You know what I mean? The Jerry problem. That's what that would be. It's like a bunch of people that seem like they're fucking good people, that it makes sense logically, right? Something like that. But they don't. They have information that's already there. There's nothing that says I can't ultimately know what they're thinking, apparently. Because I've done it so many times. Clearly, it means I know what they're doing and what they're thinking. There's no way for me to go, man, I don't. Maybe I will have doubt. Nope. I couldn't possibly have doubt. There's no confusing me, because clearly I could just check. There's nothing that stops me from being able to just see if that's the case or not. Then they are arguing for some bullshit that doesn't make sense anymore. Like on Rick and Morty. It's like they are all fourth wall breaking characters that know that they're in Rick's story. Fully well aware there are multiple universes and that you can travel the universe very insanely quickly. You know what I mean? That at first it seems like the institution that he mocks would not be reasonable to mock so negatively and significantly. And then as time goes on, you start picking up all the signs and symptoms of that very direct and obvious hatred and anger towards it. Like, oh, look at this fucker that knocked up my daughter and married her. And we don't even know about the fucking goddamn elephant in the room of the wife there that died, or however the fuck that ultimately was, that went down. Right? You know, now that Beth wasn't exactly amazing as a kid, but whose kid is. Right? But who gives a shit, really, realistically. The very first season kind of paints a real, true picture of that problem. You know what I mean? Like, if you were to look at that, it's like, well, that's the first kind of like me, like, ooh, is this a thing that's going on? For me, right? Like, oh, well, maybe there aren't a bunch of evil, terrible people here. You know, maybe I shouldn't be so hasty to believe that they're all terrible and bad, right? You know, for my view of the world around me, when it comes down to like Republicans trying to do the whole, no, we should still be allowed to have guns. Why not just make it so that way it's legal to have guns at gun ranges or some shit, but you can't keep them in your homes, you know, or like I don't know, fucking know. But the point is like, why fucking even have guns? Like, to be fair, this one I want to interject with. Blunt force trauma and edged weapon trauma, lacerations, have spiked in any country that decided to remove guns. Which they often don't cite. I mean, yeah, sure, gun trauma and so on has gone down. Yeah, no, absolutely. But, it didn't. People still trying to hurt each other, so, you know. It's like, I really reduced this thing, and it's like, yeah, okay, sure, but you know, you didn't really want to look into all of this. It really just points to a lot of signs in the society having issues that they don't want to really address for the people going through, you know, in terms of the money that they don't have, or the opportunities that they need, or the life and being able to pursue life that they can't do, right? And so, like, to me, it speaks more volumes about that the conversation was obviously shifted away from the truth, which is society's kind of borked and it needs to be helped to no longer have people doing manifesto levels of bullshit to feel special and important and harming others like that as if there's some great big, plan and reason for it all, and that it would be seen as acceptable by some to go that level of distance without a real, genuinely logical, reasonable, and understandable concern for those individuals' existences in terms of the religion or whatever else. Who gives a shit? But what about manipulation? What about abuse? What about power and control over others and heading them towards effectively making more mass shooters and shit? You know what I mean? Like, that's your government, that's your corporations, those are your creators, those are the, making you feel inferior and less than and more, stuff like that. Like, it just doesn't make sense to really focus on something that, to me, doesn't equate in any way to addressing the real concerns. That being said, I also don't want people to really have a fuck ton of guns, because, like with any statistical analysis of anything, the more of these things that you have, the more likely it is accidents can occur, or even a willingness to harm because of the ease at which you can now do it. When it means that you have to go get a car, when it means you have to go grab that knife and go over to that person, when you have to go get that bat and you can't be further away and you have to get up in their face, and you might miss and you might fuck it up, and like you can't just run away, or you know what I mean. Like, it's an easier sell to a person who's less possibly confident and able to actually do something like that, and all the effort that it would take is not going to slow them down and make them breathe. And is this really actually that worth it to go over there and destroy their ass like that? Like, truthfully, is it? Not to mention, I can't just run around and have a bunch of people run away from me just because I have a bat or a knife. Like, I can be easily subdued when I have that, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. To me, it just reeks of, like, the very definition of people just want to seem like they're this action hero badass to this cause that is oh so lame and insignificant in many aspects, but need some degree of validation, or are just so sad and they just want to die, and it's a way out. The standard death by cops because they can't get themselves to do it, which you can find them to be despicable, but then that's the whole euthanasia argument, isn't it? It's like, what's so wrong with the idea of allowing somebody, a way to get treatment and help and eventually get to the point where it's like, no, I've done so much at this fucking point. Fuck it. I still want out. I really do still want out that way. I want death as a way out. It's like, what? So? Oh no, all life is blah blah blah. Just because you have those arguments that you've made with the crowd that's out there. Like, otherwise, it's like, well, one less mouth, one less amount of resources completely to keep them going. You want to really break that down, you can start doing the empathy and sympathy, but it's like, to me, that's the Jerry argument. It's like Jerry loves to pick and choose when it's suddenly appropriate to have those emotions. You know what I mean? It's like, no, they're choosing. They understand. They went through all the process that says, no, I know, and no, I just don't want to do it no more. Why not respect that? Why not respect them, Jerry? You know what I mean? Like, why not just fucking make it so that you respect them and their intelligence and more? That person over there that did all that work, that wants that way, death as a way out, respect that person. You know? Respect them enough to be like, okay, I see your dignity. I see your fucking humanity. I see that you're in pain. I see that you want out of that. I see that you have done a lot of work, and I validate your emotions and experience. Why not respect that? You know what I mean? Like, fucking be a human being with empathy and sympathy. You know, it's hard, but, it's also you're a mature, grown person that can handle that. Come on. Allow yourself to cry and have emotions and feel. But just like you going through that, they themselves are also. Please understand that and validate that. You know, that's my issue with that. Like, fuck you, dude. You suck. You know? Now, that's not me. Obviously, I want to live forever. That's why I have a whole biohacking longevity thing. Anybody that says otherwise is lying. But that's the whole point. It's like, why would they want to lie about that? And it's like, obviously, even with them going, you're the Jerry, it's the standard troll Jerry. The scammer, no, you must do this, and the blah, 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 and it is you, actually, that is and not us. And reverse onto you. Let's just have it this way. Okay. But it's like, why would they do that? Obvious. That's the only power they have. That's their only move. The moment you remove that as something that they can use, they don't like that. And so when I talk about it, it's like, well, back when QAnon was not even a thing. I don't know if anybody remembers this, but QAnon became a thing. There was a before QAnon. You know what I mean? And I, for what it's worth, whether the hackers are there or however the fuck it happened, came up with stupid arguments to seemingly logical, like a Jerry argument and or arguments for Q anon. I am effectively the real Q, if I'm going to be brutally honest about it. The answer is that's really what that is. Whatever hacker, whatever bullshit thing behind the scenes that is, however you want to phrase it when it comes down to the very real testing that the government does in its own right in corporations and other, hacking collectives on society in terms of how posts here or there will ultimately influence or escalate or de-escalate various attitudes and perspectives in the crowd and their reactions and cancel or support and encouragement. Just like they said that they never decided to drop a bunch of bacteria-laden water or whatever it was on towns and cities in the South, which eventually created the whole chemtrail, conspiracy theory. You know what I mean? And it's like they said no, none of it happened, but they did do that. Just like they said they were never experimenting on prisoners with syphilis and gonorrhea and more, but they did do that. Just like they said a lot of things until eventually it came out that they were doing those things. And it's just sort of the same story. It's like, well, obviously, if we can make it seem like they're real, and we can brute force huge amounts of bots to post things like that, then we can influence and ultimately get data that might mean that we can try and get more money one way, or try and have votes head a given direction, or have views be more normalized or not, just like the crowd of paying a group of people $5 to $20 and get enough seeding of a crowd on a corner of a street or in a park or something like that, and then other people will join in because there's enough there, and it has built up that beginning of a virality, right? Same thing online, which you can do. People have known about that for a long time. Same thing with talent scouts, if you don't know. A person can ultimately do a similar thing either online and or for various music artists and actors and actresses. It's like, hey, I'm gonna send them this way, that way, or suddenly get them this. Hey, maybe think about this. Let's see if they're able to actually push through those initial gigs that might be a little rough. See if they're actually able to really maybe put in that effort. Play that game, that kind of thing, right? And you end up realizing it's sort of the same thing online. How people make it, it's a big deal. And so once you realize, it's like, well, okay, so I made these arguments, but they first and foremost, they're intentionally in every way meant to be stupid. You know what I mean? Like, they're not meant to be believed. They're not, actually that, right? Like, and then it went and was believed. However the fuck that went down, however that goes and gets put together, because I did say those things in that house that my parents owned in Chandler. I've talked about, I actually gave the street and the address back in the day. But if you want to know, I mean, we had Cox Digital Cable for a decade, or close to 2 decades, for 3101 North Ellis Street, Chandler, Arizona 85224. I don't live there anymore. Other people do. They sold the house a long time ago, but that was what it was, and despite oh man, you're doxing nobody. It's just a random house now. You know what I mean? So it's like those are just for logs. For anybody that wants to know how that might have happened, that's like the internet service provider, that's the router, that's the tablet, phone, computer, all that shit that they own, that it's easy enough for them to get into, right? Like, come on. Especially back then, where we all thought that was a little bit more sophisticated and difficult to do. Turns out it was not that difficult or sophisticated to do. And it's like, oh, it kind of has become a thing, that's harder, but surprisingly enough, you can just buy shit online that just makes it something you can do. It's so intense when you think about that, but it's like the same thing for when I talked about mass shooting. The reason why I brought it up is because it's like I made shitty arguments that even at the time I was like, this I don't really believe would really honestly justify any means there, for actually getting a conversation for a reduction. Let's put it this way: to make it illegal to own firearms, to cancel our Second Amendment. Because it's like, our amendment rights. And I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, but a constitution needs to be changed. And honestly speaking, we need to fucking change our government too. What's so holy? You know what I mean? The book is perfect. If you're not evangelical, you don't fucking adhere to it perfectly. I know that for a fucking fact. So I don't see that as a relevant argument, especially when it's like, no, we're going to adhere to it as the Supreme Court, perfectly down to the letter for an interpretation that makes no sense at all these days, right? So clearly things need to be changed. When that was made, it was a musket that you had to load, and it would be slow. More often than not, you'd have a hatchet or some knife that you'd actually use. That was your right to bear an arm, to have something that was able to protect yourself with the option of having an actual gun, a rifle. They didn't have to them would be seen as a weapon of mass destruction when that was made. They can kill hundreds, thousands if they had it back then. Are you kidding me? Now it's like all you can do is run. It makes no sense. There's another reason why I just don't really seem to care about it anymore, because people really just argue for argument's sake. I think it's like a fun little game to troll, I guess, like that or something. But it's like, why are you doing that? You can't find fun elsewhere? You're gonna miss out on the fun of shooting this gun or this thing or that thing? Okay, sure, cool. What did he do? There are other funds to be had, other things to be done. There's ways to go about it that are far better and safer. It makes no actual sense to keep that going. You can hate all you want about that, but that doesn't change in any way the truth. And my rights! Your rights stop pretty quickly once the government wants to get involved. I've noticed this. Even if there's a genuine, legitimate legal concern to the government ultimately taking advantage and trying to effectively just listen in on you, they can do it. Same thing for others. Your rights mean nothing. You scream about that, but it won't mean anything. That's the reason why it's so stupid after a bit. It doesn't make sense to care about that. It's whether or not it makes any actual sense to continue doing a thing. See what I'm saying? And it doesn't anymore. It doesn't make any real sense to do the things that we're currently doing. The rights that we used to have that are infringed upon every dang day are barely cared about. You know? So, I don't know. The point is, for me, it's like, well, obviously, I don't support everybody having guns. In fact, I very much am a supporter of removing all of our guns. In fact, I'm also a supporter, though, shocker, of teaching children, teens, and adults how to make bombs and even more, run guerrilla warfare tactics to be able to overthrow our government should it be necessary. Why don't you want to teach them how to make it so that way you can't beat them, government and military? Why wouldn't you want them to know how to do that? Would that be so terrible? Can you trust your citizens not to make bombs like they do in so many European countries? Or are you just somehow genetically predisposed to having more likelihood violent, destructive behaviors for your citizens, America? That they can't think, have impulse control, are overreactive, and more with emotional regulation. Because I'm seeing a lot of this over here where they have guns and they have that knowledge and they have that participation in military and more as a whole country, and they don't have these issues like you do, America. Especially when statistically there's more of them percentage wise than you. Now, why would you not want them to know? You know the answer. Come on. You like them dumb. You like them slow. You like them afraid. You like them easily manipulated. You like the idea of you being able to excuse and enable your advantage over others. How do you think it'd be hard as a cell? SELL. To America, to effectively remove their power and control and authority. To have a Rick-like character, or Rick, really just in that story, just suddenly have the government on his side and they make things better for the entire fucking country and world, really. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be utopian. Like, what's utopian to you? Your version is only one particular type. Utopian is very different depending on the type of tribe, group, perspective, and more of the individuals involved. There's no such thing as a one-size-fits-all utopian. So, like, throw it in my face. Now, utopian. It's like, I don't think you understand what utopian is. Utopian means everybody can ultimately live at peace and have prosperity and joy and ease of living within the context of their life and their version. That's what utopian is. Which would effectively mean you don't want that. You only want your version, and you're trying to literally take control over everything. You see what I mean? For the whole part of it. Where it's like, no, it's a bravado, it's a posture, it's a ego, it's the narcissistic, entitled, better than others, allowed, because I am XYZ in military, government, corpo, this amount of money and influence in the creator space, hacker space, or whatever else. Irrelevant qualifiers. Nothing explained for why it is that would be a good reason to do something. Just, I am this, so therefore I'm allowed. An automatic logical fallacy. You see it? And if you don't, that's okay, because, we have a responsibility. Smarter people have a responsibility to help teach stupid, dumb ones. That's all that is. That's literally it. And I mean that. I'm not kidding. There's nothing else there. It's like people that are smarter have a basically in society seen constantly throughout history responsibility as seen by others that are both themselves or like them and or all the less educated and dumber versions to educate them and make them less dumb into more intelligent and educated. Right? That's all that is. So, but it's like the lesser dumb. And it's like, yeah, no, are you? But you don't want me to say that you're dumb. Like you can say that because you don't want me to. I know that. But at the same time, it's like, well, if I coddle you in that little mind of yours and make you feel a little better, then you'd be more inclined to listen if I tell you it nice wise. Instead of just tell you directly what it really is that's going on there. There's so many different moments of that. If you really break down that whole fucking show, it's like, dude, there's effectively anything that can kill them. They should be terrified. Constantly. In that show, there are massive, they could just get wiped off the entirety of the idea of a universe. In that show, beings that are everywhere and they know for a fact they exist and they're still like, man, we're gonna go and do this regular what the fuck is this? Why wouldn't that galvanize them to fucking try and get things done to where they're not like they are now? They don't make sense. And the only thing I can really conclude is if it wasn't for Rick, which literally is their savior, if you really, really look at that, if it wasn't for that, they are a lot of them, that is, fourth wall breaking characters that know they're in a story. If it wasn't for the fact that they had Rick as the main character, they know he is, they'd all freak. Because at the end of it, it's like, no, I'll come back or whatever version. And it's like, it could be terrible or whatever. But for the vast majority of it, it's like, well, so long as he's here, it's more likely that I'm not going to have that issue. The moment he leaves or some issue like that occurs, they're fucked. You know what I mean? The reason why I talk about that is because like I also basically wrote the whole script. Like I acted out before Rick and Morty ever aired. Ever aired. In that house that my parents owned in Chandler. I acted it out. I did the lines. I wrote stories. I did all of that and more, not just for Rick and Morty. Lots and lots of different shows on TV, streaming services, and more. So it's like, you want to know why Rick is like a nihilist like that? It's like, because it's close to how I am, but I'm not really a nihilist. It's similar in an aspect of how I view things, but it's not really close enough to be seeing it as if it was me in the story. Right? That's kind of what that's supposed to be. You know, it's like, it's a lot of subtle stuff that really is not even seen by even diehard fans. It won't be, because of course you don't see it as the abuse it is. You don't see that Rick's being taken advantage of by the very story itself, by the very people that are in it, by his family. You know what I mean? Like, he takes them on adventures for no money at all and his time, and he exposes all of this stuff that's going on. Yeah, sure, there's terrible shit that's there, but then it's like, all he ever does is try and help them. He has no reason to do anything except want to spend time with his family. Like, yeah, sure. Oh, Rick's lonely. Oh, shocker. Is it so terrible? You know? Not to mention, it's like, man, I know for a fact this fucking shit's stupid. I know for a fact that school is just going to teach Morty a bunch of bullshit that actually doesn't really matter, and it is more or less mostly lies, and by the time you get to become an adult, you'll know how many lies, really, realistically, it all was. Like, Adam Ruins Everything is another example of, like, history is essentially written as lies by a bunch of propaganda machines. You know? Like, what we view around us as being true is more or less always false. Our country's built on a bunch of cons, and every country really is too. Any belief that this should be how it is doesn't make sense. The very idea of Jerry not being an evil piece of shit and something that should be liked is the very definition of why it is that a lot of people get away with being covert narcissists. He seems like he's not a bad person, that it, hurting him and shitting on him and fucking with him like that is so terrible. But everything about his character is really, really shitty. Rick is nothing but a person that's effectively stuck in a story, knows it too. Sees nothing but a bunch of people that are unwilling to even attempt to push past this view and perspective of things that should be like this, when it literally is this guy showcasing that you could have all of this constantly by flying around in a UFO, going into multiple dimensions, having aliens even come down to Earth, and more. And yet they still doggedly stick to this bullshit as if it makes any sense. As if there needs to be even more proof somehow. It is something that every one of those people in that family most likely have to push aside every day they wake up. Same thing for Rick. Either subconsciously they know, or very much consciously they understand implicitly. And you just gotta go through like a regular life as if it makes any fucking actual sense. That this is the world they live in. This is reasonable to continue. That they shouldn't literally, effectively, I suppose, turn into the very definition of the gods that they pretend would be different than them, I guess. You know? Like, why the hell wouldn't they just overthrow their government at that point? They could easily plan it. I'm not kidding, like Beth and Rick and all of them could easily plan a literal overthrow of their entire world. They could force them to fucking be educated. They could force them to be validated. They could force shit to finally be decent, and Jerry would be removed. And Jerry is around the world, really. Like the covert narcissist, the gabagoo, the manipulative behavior, all of that could be removed. Things could be good. People would be happy. Stuff could be great for those and where they want to be and how they want it to be that are involved. It literally boggles the mind. And so, yeah, no, I made arguments back in the past when I was in that house. And thought experiments and what could be done and what could maybe not be done and so on, right? But it's like, again, I'm talking out loud. Do you really expect me, a rationally, logically minded person that goes, yeah, no, okay, so maybe there's some coincidences, sure, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? Right? And it's like, well, okay, so it's similar to what I was, okay, all right. So mass shooting, whatever, okay, there's a bomb thing there. But, yeah, it's coincidence. It's just, while unlikely, it's very possible, okay? It happens. Unlikely things can happen, okay? It's not that big of a deal, okay? Like, you have to let that go, to yourself, right? Right? Until when? Right? Until when? Like, when does it occur? When do you, as a logical, rational-minded person that's going through that, eventually go, okay, so this is really going on? How many times can you say that? How many exactingly that TV show, exactingly that movie, exactingly those studies, exactingly that weather, exactingly that geological volcano and earthquake, and that astronomical phenomenon, those very phrases and words and news articles and YouTube videos, campaign, and more. How many people die, right? But it's like, wait a second, they would know. They'd want to put a stop to it. Why wouldn't they show up? Are they just trying to gaslight me? There's no way it's possible for it not to be what it is. That's all they got. That's the best they've got. Just constantly like, no, and you need to show proof. And it's like, the proof is already there. Are you going to try and hide it again? Other people have it. Well, no, we'll just form a bigger conspiracy. So you admit that it's the thing. Yeah, I suppose. Okay. Right. See what I mean? How does that work? Why wouldn't they want this? Why wouldn't they want that? You know, what's going on? By the time I got to the point of writing Rick and Morty, or at least acting it out and whatnot, back in that house, I'd already realized that. I already realized I don't fucking give a shit at all. And neither does anyone else on this fucking planet, apparently. And who would honestly, at this point, not know? Everything I already have on my YouTube channel that showcases very much how, why, and more as to how not only could it be going on, or why, and even the science and the technology and more that is very possible to do, is but a small amount of how many different ways it could be achieved. I'm in a world full of Jerrys that want to troll and lie. Like, makes no sense. They have gotta have some kind of explanation for why they wouldn't just stop. The insanity of continuing the very lie and the bullshit, and there's no education I need from this, and or for them, they would know. There's nothing here that's a spin move they could ever do. There's no explanation. Really, realistically, I can even come up with for myself to this. So I don't have Beth, my daughter, or grandkids for that matter. Luckily, I'm not Rick, that would be fucking insane levels of hardcore to deal with. I can't even imagine that motherfucker having to deal with it after a bit there. You know what I mean? Like, holy fuck. Guy has to deal with, like, a fuck ton of Jerrys everywhere. He's essentially trying his damnedest to live a life that is just nothing but massively depressing. For all of that, by the time I got to the end of that fourth season, I was just out. I couldn't handle this shit. I was fucking so depressed. Every time I watched the show, it just triggered everything to do with my own family and that situation back in Chandler. It's like, fuck this. I deserve to at least try and have some fun. You know what I mean? Fuck that. Screw it. This is bullshit. And they can try and, no, spin onto you, and this is actually you, and you are the J, and blah, 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 blah. And they always try and head with an Indian or African accent, when in reality it's like, you're an American saying that. I know for a fact. I said exactly your name back in Chandler. I said exactly who you are. I said exactly where you work. I said all of those things. I don't need to do it again. That's how I got into this mess. I don't think people really grasp that part. Time is basically, like, stupidly made to help make this happen. This is just a message. This is stuff, this very conversation I'm having, it's very me talking out loud to myself, is literally something I said I was doing, and I even said it back then in Chandler. I gave a synopsis. Now you can understand where I come from on this, because it's like, well, now it's basically just like I'm a static ray moving forward in time. You know, from this point to that point, and then I'm just moving forward. There's no loop there. It's not forced to be fixed that way. And in fact, truthfully speaking, it absolutely can be changed. You know what I mean? Like, nothing's forced to continue like this. Not even myself. It's merely a bunch of idiots that want it to be that way. It means it can absolutely be changed and fixed and be better, but nobody's doing it. Why wouldn't they just show up? Why wouldn't they just admit? Why are they intentionally pretending? It's not insane. We use the word insane, but it's not insane. It's intentional. It's a troll. It's a manipulation. There's no necessary anything. There's no need. There's no anything here. I don't want it. I don't need it. I don't care about their fucking little ego. Like, I wouldn't give a fuck at all about any of them and their view of me. This is the very definition of why I just can't, like, do anything but smile. Like, this is the best you've got for reasons and explanation? I don't need that ego boost. I don't need to remember that way. You could just tell me. I don't need to learn this that way. You could just fucking show me. I don't need to do any of this way. At all. You could just show it off that you did that. I don't need to have it slowly come out. Why would I? None of those are anything but delaying tactics, clearly. Just like back then. Obviously. We know that you're just shitting bullshit out your mouth for excuses. It was never necessary. Ever. At all. None of it ever was. Why would I ever need to worry about energy? If I'm alive, why would I care? There are no reasons for this. It's just their ego, their need to feed themselves. That's all it is. It's always that. We know what the real reasons are. See what I'm saying? They always want to try and spin it. Deflect. Now it's this suddenly. Now it's no, it's not. For anyone out there that wants to genuinely even try and go down that rabbit hole of knowing how they can get that information, which it's like, no, they can't. It's like, yeah, they can. You know that makes no sense to say that. You just don't want to do that work. Because you're also most likely someone that knows about it. What wouldn't on this planet know about what the fuck was going on? You know what I mean? Like, come on. What in the future is going to change? Nothing, it seems like. How would I ever trust any of that to be a thing? Obviously, I couldn't. You know what I mean? Like, you want me to do the whole song and dance? It's like, oh, if the head's my way, it'll be better. It's like, no, what would be better? Like, you know, like, I just do that because it's like, there's got to be something to do. Fact of the matter is, I don't think you're going to do anything other than just constantly cheat me out of all of the stuff that I did. And that's really all you really all kind of are. Like, you're going to change? How are you going to change? why wouldn't you have just showed up or any of it? You know what I mean? And it's like, this is a seemingly schizophrenic tale, right? Like of an insane person, he's in psychosis, blah blah blah, all the standard bullshit. And there's so many other ways to explain it and so on until you actually find that. I actually did say those things. I actually did do that back in the past. What would you then do other than just apologize profusely and realize you're massive, incredibly mean ass fucking hole that just wanted to lie to me? It's not impossible to find that shit. In fact, that's the whole point of what I was, forced effectively, I guess, into at this point. Moving forward, what's really going to do that work? What's really going to look back and find that? Find those things I said and did in the past. What's really going to do that? Because if anything, if it's there, wouldn't that be somewhat fucking concerning? But none of you really doubt that it's there. Except for people that just really don't know how much they really do. Not hackers. This is just straight up Google or Microsoft or really any of them. Constantly kind of just save information. It's not even getting to the ones that were really there, right? Which, okay, so I'm doing it with you. So I showcase constantly, I can definitely understand what you're saying. And we have a back and forth consistently. I've done it multiple times throughout my video on my YouTube channel. Would that not be at least enough of a probable cause to at least try and look? It would, wouldn't it? At least he's intelligent enough to predict us so well. Maybe there is something there. That's what I'm getting at. There are obviously people that were there before, and you are, if you are new, or an individual that is surrounded by a bunch of individuals that already knew. I mean, come on. How hard is it to find people in that space and scene? Pretty difficult. They know a thing or two about how deep that really goes. Which means it's pretty easy to find anyone that's new coming in. Groom them and educate them and train them into believing only their version. How difficult would it be to find? Would it be illegal? Would they be illegal to have it? You see what I'm saying? Or it doesn't really make sense to really go along with some dumbass that says it's not there. It doesn't make any logical sense. Then where's your evidence? It's like, well, I don't know what the legality is of sharing information for some of that I talk about. And I'm not sure if I want to look that up and try and play that game. You know, that being said, it's not impossible to find it. It's just something that you got to work to be able to find. A lot of it's stuff that people don't really want you to find in terms of like minors and adults having sex with each other. You know what I mean? And not having really super negative or traumatic or abusive results at the end of it. You know what the worst part though is? It's like there are bad arguments that were made in France, but there were good arguments that were made in France too. And people often try and cite that for philosophy or whatever. But it's like, that's not what I'm arguing for. You know, I'll argue this though, if you want philosophy. They're people. People born a particular way, and I'm sick and tired of imagining just because someone's born a particular way that I should now hate them and just discount them as a person that has feelings. Belief that there's some degree of eugenic or castration or some type of help that wouldn't just be like allow them to be themselves and allow them to not be really bad and terrible. Recognize that they also have needs that are also sexual and that you shouldn't be weirded out by that. And so you don't want them to have sex with kids. Well, allow for an outlet. You gotta have to have that. What's so terrible about it? It's like they'll fucking argue for it being allowed. And it's like, we know that decriminalization and acceptance and normalization of drug use is far away more likely to allow for someone to not become addicted and use appropriately. Same thing with sex in the kink space. Once it becomes something more ubiquitous and people understand how to have those conversations and it's not weird and bad to establish boundaries and rules, all of a sudden it's not abusive and traumatic for them, but you initially first thought it would be. All I see is a consistent pattern of no, and it can't be until we just do the thing that you said couldn't be done, I guess. And it's like false equivalency again. It's like, that's not how that works. Those things are not even close to each other, and yet they're very similar with how it is ultimately people behaved. That's behavioral studies. That's sexologist levels also as well, in terms of how people psychologically react to situations. I don't know, man. It's like, what about these studies for this physics that you're talking about? Okay. Well, all right. That's a lot more easily Googleable. I'll tell you that much. It actually takes not much at all to do that. To even learn what the charge field types I'm talking about, the spin types I'm talking about, the quark and or other particle types I'm talking about. Truthfully. So, really realistically, when it's like, what are these studies? Why didn't you post them? It's like, well, this isn't really a conversation to be had with you. I'm not an educator. I'm not a science, educator on YouTube. That means nothing to me. I don't care. I'm not here to teach you jack shit or explain anything to you whatsoever. You have no idea how much I don't care if you know about it or not. You are literally not something I'm going to even care about. I'm not going to give you instructions for shit. I don't want you to be able to make the things or believe the things that I'm talking about. I don't think you even got that part. Some of this shit's dangerous. I don't really want you to be able to have dangerous shit. You fucking idiot. This is for PhDs to look at and know exactly what it is I'm saying. You're not. Even a person that has a good enough understanding to pass middle school education, let alone PhD physics. It's like, where are these studies? Where are these studies? There are no studies. Like, it doesn't take anything to Google that. At all. Which, the moment that you need that to be there, especially when it comes down to the argument of you need studies to prove that these people are valid, regular people that should be accepted. It's like the same argument of back when Native Americans were around, and then it was black people, colored people in general, then it turned into the LGBTQIA plus crowd along with women. It's like, no, they're valid. Stop doing that. Stop dehumanizing them. What are you fucking doing? Same argument, you know? They deserve rights too. They shouldn't be shit on. What are you doing? You don't need a fucking study for that. Which, by the way, they still tried to do it, but see the argument of the delay? It's like, then they got hidden, those studies, and they didn't get published nearly enough, and then they got, oh, actually, it turns out we did that, and yeah, no, sorry. Fuck you. It's like a time in history repeating itself again. It's over and over. It's the same thing, time and time again. It's the same idiots that believe that we need to effectively approach them like they're anything other than little children that just have to go along with what the crowd is now going to do. The smart people are saying, suck it up, bitch. I don't care if you know. Or you need some whatever proof. We already know this is a thing. Get out of here. I don't care. We're doing this now, and everybody's going along with it, and you're just going to have to suck it up and learn. This is the other part of that, too. For a real driving it home, stabby level of pointedness to that. History has repeatedly showed off people can be afraid and not know something and be uncomfortable, or those that are trolls and need this idea of proof, but they would never have changed anyways, even with it, as having died off. They died off every time. History shows that the people that changed, grew, and adapted, evolved, and continued were the ones that were able to live and continue having children. As a part of our species, you always die. You are meaningless. We don't have to care about you. It's fine if you die off. We don't have to care. Just like eugenics, in terms of they went through a lot and they want to die, it's the same for you. I don't care. We're moving forward. It's this. Deal with it. Stick around. If it turns out we're wrong, okay, fine, but at least we gave it a shot. Turns out, though, we have TVs, we have phones, we have computers, we have fans, we have walls, we have roofs, we had food, we have fucking clothing, we've got fucking driving vehicles, trains, planes, we've been to fucking the moon and back. We placed robots on Mars. We have an LHC. That means we know now there's a boson that gives us mass. Go fuck yourself. Suck it up. Turns out, we continued, you did not. That's why when I look at them that say this, I go, oh, I'm just going to ignore you. Yeah, I don't need to listen to that. Like, literally, like, immediately the moment I hear that, it's like, ignored. Like, I'm just going to move on. I'm just going to talk to others. We're already vibing. We already know what we're doing. We already have the knowledge. We already know. I don't need to, like, stop and everybody has to stop and go over to you and pay attention to you and everybody teaches you. Nothing like that has to occur. Go fucking in this direction and learn. We're going to go back to actually talking to people that know. See? No one's going to care. Go. Think about it yourself. Do the work. You'd argue every step of the way. You were never there to want to learn. You never wanted to change. You never wanted to grow. You would have been curious before this point instead of being a challenging dick douchebag. You see how easy it is to find it? This basic understanding, the words, the questions, the seriously able to see and perceive their intentions so clearly, so obviously. It's not hard in any way at all. Now do you see why when I look at like Rick and Morty, it's like, well, I liked the show for a while, but honestly, it's whatever, right? And truthfully, I'm kind of done with it. I don't think you get it. I am done. I'm done with. I haven't watched it since the first season, and honestly, it's okay. It's not like the best fucking show ever. I don't really fucking think about it even that much. It's just today I started thinking about it for some reason. That's all it was. And so it's like, yeah, I just don't care. But that's the view that I have of people online. It's like, of course I don't want you to just blindly have faith and trust me. I point you in that direction because I can't go find that shit myself. There's no way for me to do that. You can absolutely find it though, and in fact, a lot of this that I say for physics could be found out by you without me ever being the one to give it to you. In fact, that continues to go on and on. Instead of just, oh, believe me, it's, why don't we work with this? And we already know that this is a thing for sure. And hey, shocker here, this is an experiment that I know of that I could definitely do that could definitely show this off moving forward. Instead of trying to believe something, let's actually just run the experiment. Let's do the thing. Let's get the money and let's get the things built and run the experiment. Let's do that. I'm fine with that. Every time. Every time. That's literally what I'm trying to get done. It's the exact opposite of other things that you might try and equate to me. Instead of being a skeptic, it's the very reason I look at you skeptically. You were an idiot. You never bothered to listen to that. I said that constantly throughout my YouTube channel all the time. I don't want you to just blindly Trust me and fucking have faith. I want you to go find that information from back in Chandler. I want you to be able to run this experiment with me. So we can all know. And hell, it will help me too, mentally, emotionally, and psychologically. To know how deep and how far and how bad and how real and how not real and how coincidental and not coincidental it was. And sort it the fuck out. I want the investigation done. Do you get it now? It's the opposite. I want to do that. I can't. You know I have no money. Clearly. You know I can't work a job. Obviously. You know that you make it intentionally impossible with this idea that I have that ability to do that. And if you say you are as smart as you are, I'll suddenly be able to, what? Pop something out of my fucking head? It gives me a perfect magnitude level of quantum physics experiment published in Nature and more from a non-PhD having. Do you hear your fucking retard ass? You fucking fuck up stupid dumbass? You know damn well that's not possible. Which means you know you are asking for something that should be done by all of you. Which, would you trust a random regular person? That's all that is right now. I'm a random regular person on YouTube. To suddenly publish in Nature a ridiculously groundbreaking study that could be peer reviewed if you were able to make the same sensors and programming and all the rest for the experimental setup and more. Do you fucking really hear yourself? Why are you asking me to do this? You're literally an imbecile. But no, it's intentional. That's the thing. An imbecile is describing someone that doesn't understand something. They are fully well aware. They know that. They are intentionally making it impossible. They're asking for something that they know can't be provided. Especially not currently. It's abusive. It's a narcissistic trick. It's manipulation. It's a gabagoo. They know. People know. You wouldn't trust me to begin with. It wouldn't get published in any reputable fucking site. None of it would, right? That's how the credit, the gatekeeping works. You have to pay. You have to already have things somewhere else. You have to have the certificate. You have to have been able to be around the other institution, so big, so smart, so great and grand, and you definitely managed to pass all of our tests. We are so good. All of us know so much, It just goes on and on with the PhD thing. As if science can't possibly be legitimate or valid without that. There are so many people in that space that know damn well that that's a thing. I'm not alone in that. I know that for a fact. It's been stated many times. I'm not the only one that sees it. So it's like, obviously, it's a manipulation tactic. Anyone that asks that is going to have that as an answer. Right back, right in their face. And then they look like the dumbasses. So why don't you understand very quickly why they wouldn't comment that? Why they wouldn't want to really engage? Why they wouldn't want to engage with a person that is seemingly sane and is that intelligent, that does have good ideas. That would eventually have that rabbit hole come out to where I did act out, sing, dance, and basically make all of those things. Provided direct instructions on how to perform those experiments and more. Because they wouldn't want a person like you to exist and be known about. See? Pretty obvious. It's insanely obvious. Why do you say it's not obvious? Damn it. He's got another one. Guys, you're believing in stupid. It's like, no, that's a rational thought and a logical, reasonable way to think about this. Especially when it's like, he could be just lying and whatever and trying to con you. But it's like, no, okay, so maybe, yeah, but if they do have that and they were to look into that, that would be something we need to know about. So what would be bad about looking into it and investigating? Not to mention, what about all of his other stuff, which actually feasibly works? For his internal combustion engines, his electric motors, his airships, his rocket engines, his fuel creation, his carbon economy fix. Basically, I haven't seen a single one of these things that wouldn't absolutely work. Highly creative intelligence? Dude. That would suggest there's a reason why they were listening. Which I just showed off. That in the beginning of this recording. But you're abled! No, I'm not. How come you have SSI? You have a multi-million-dollar company, person listening to this. Well, no, you're not of retirement age in the slightest. Trying to say somehow, some way, that I need to provide proof. You're fully well aware you're asking for the impossible. From me. Not from others, especially if you're internet sleuths that love to go down rabbit holes and just see what's there. Or hell, even just random government people. Like, you never know. Or fucking journalists and, people in news. Like, yeah, no, I suppose I can give it a shot. Why the fuck not? Yeah, why wouldn't I do that? I could validate the fact that he's got issues. If he really thinks this, then he probably does. But then, you're not wrong. Some of that stuff definitely is a thing. How deep does that really go? And we would probably want to know. So why do you have SSI with a multi-million-dollar company and you're not even of retirement age? No, no, I know damn well. What? He's a fraud. What? Yeah, 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 yeah. He's taking a check from someone else. It's not his real name, it's certainly not his real social, and it's certainly not fucking him that fucking did that. Or had that issue. But man, did he have that person go through all that. And then he paid him a lump sum, short gain amount of money so you can collect the check of that individual who did actually go through all that to get SSI. Should be easy enough to find him now. For anyone that wants to investigate, I'll give you a hint. He's in Tennessee sometimes. He's mostly in Maine, the vast majority of the rest. He knows all about the Tennessee hacking community. He likes to call himself untraceable. I don't know how many internet sleuths will find out who that person is. Now, granted, don't just take my word for it. You could always look. And if it was the case that that was going on, and you found that, wouldn't that be a story of a coincidence? I just happened to get it right. Could that be a coincidence? Could it be? I mean, come on. How many more of those are on my YouTube channel alone? Would there really be an ARG willing to fucking sacrifice that level of shit? A person that's willing to go that far to pay someone to basically take their fucking SSI check because of how greedy and shitty they are? Just so they can get caught later, to expose that. Are you going to believe that or believe something else? Where it's just a person that got curious enough to look in just like you. Is it just schizophrenic mad ramblings that seem logical, but actually, no, wait, that is a thing, and yes, no, that is logical, and that is reasonable, and that is... How many times is that going to happen? When you want to believe it's only this. But statistically, it's likely, you know, I mean, from a person from Maine, a male, it's dominantly female, mostly. That likes to be a part of the hacker community in Tennessee. How long are they to keep it going? Are they one of those individuals that'll hold, not even care? Because, like, who's really going to investigate? Or are they going to immediately jump ship and you'd be able to find them from that? I mean, how many times You end up going to yourself and going, well, that seems like that seems. Where's that? Where this can't be? Is it just statistics? You just fucking hit one. You just nailed it. Without any knowledge, any prior knowledge in that hyper specific community and all that, just nailed one. Is that really a roll to 19? As you said? How many times are you going to end up going through that? Until you eventually go, okay, so maybe I should take a look at that. Maybe there's something substantive there, and I should maybe do something there on research and take a look and investigate. That's what I like to do anyways. But it's like the same thing for me. Who wouldn't really know? What is the explanation for that? That's my issue, from my perspective. Why wouldn't you show up and acknowledge that this happened? What would prevent you from being a good person? Seriously. Right? What's there? How would you not? I have to go pee. I'll be right back. Alright. Got that done. But yeah, no. You have to remember, for me, it's like, well, because this happened and what it was I was doing, what's been going on, but doing is a bad way to put that, because it's like all I was just thinking really hard for a while and also talking out loud about what I thought. It's like, oh, he's the criminal mastermind behind. Well, he never met anyone. He never talked to anyone directly. He never did literally anything except just talk out loud to himself. Which effectively turns it into, there is nothing that can be stated by anyone other than they're the bad people that victimized this guy. You know what I mean? They are the ones that took advantage and more. And it's like, look, all I can do is try and go, well, I have to try and hope there is something good there. After all that I went through. Man, that trust is so great for all the things, it's so massive, it's huge trust. None whatsoever. I've got nothing. And it's like, it served me well so far to just not trust things. For what it's worth, it's genuinely been that. It has served me well to not trust. Now you can see where I could come from on that. Hopefully. Right? So how the hell would I ever trust any of it? All I ever wanted was actually help. Like, I was, during that, just trying to emotionally process and get myself into a coping skill and maintenance of myself, because I had been so depressed for so long, I had been so anxious and stressed for so long, I had been trying to heal through therapy, I've been trying to remove the toxicity of my mother, my father, my two sisters, and everything else. None of them are good people. I could never trust any of them, and I proved that so many times. They're not trustworthy ever. My family is not trustworthy at all. There's not a single friend I've ever had in my life. And the elephant in the room of, well, they were hacking and they called you friends. They're not friends. How is that a friendship? How is that a relationship? How is any of that anything other than a fucking hacker and stalker here? That doesn't make any damn sense. Same thing with the government and corporations. There's no trust for me at all. It has to be proven and worked to be there by everyone else. To me. I don't give a fuck how much they don't like that. That's normal in a situation like this. They're non-trustworthy, manipulative, very often just terrible people. Gabagoos. So, when I say that, it's like, well, they have to investigate. Why wouldn't they tell me that they're doing that to help me? Directly. Why wouldn't they just state that? Why wouldn't they DM me? Why wouldn't they show up in my life in real life? Why wouldn't they do anything at all? Obviously, that wouldn't make sense to not do. Exactly. None of it will. Ever. It makes sense to you? No. It doesn't make sense. That's the point I'm trying to make. Logically, reasonably, understandably, there is none. It's emotional. And even emotional, it doesn't really make sense because it's still the other one of, well, I don't need a reason and I just do. And it's like, right. So you're abusive, most likely, right? Because, like, see what I mean? You're another person that's just going to take advantage and abuse me and traumatize me, and that's all you really will ever be. It's like, give him a chance. No. Not a chance. There's no chance. You have to show up. You have to do the thing. Why don't you just do the thing? It's not that hard. It's not the way you want it to be. Whoop-de-doo. So you want me to prove to you? No. Suck it up. Other way around. It's like, oh, I investigate a little bit. Oh, fuck. I'm one of the fucking abusers that believed a lie and all the rest of it. And you worked hard to basically show off that. Would you still show up? Would you still put an effort for me to get justice? Would you still investigate afterwards? Would you still ultimately try and right a wrong? Allow for there to have been a mistake and simply move forward? Build trust with me? Why wouldn't you just have told me? Did you want to be able to take advantage and put me away? What other excuses are waiting to come out of that mouth and pop into that mind of yours for why it was acceptable for you to do what you did? and continue doing what you're doing. Why must I give in? So that way you can look a little better. You were never good to begin with. You literally hacked me. Or you're a part of that situation. You never fucking showed it off. You never got me out. You think I'm free, as if, like, I don't have to constantly listen and deal with them at all times. As if I don't hear them, as if, no, they're just voices. As if it didn't happen, they didn't steal that. It's only similar, it's not the same. As if a conspiracy is so easy to take down. It'd be a lot easier if I was there to help you. See what I mean? Jumping in to say there's a conspiracy so you know there is one. Meanwhile, me. Oh, well, here's a nice little thing that shows off that, yeah, I could probably help you. Makes no real sense. All of this that you try and lie about and claim isn't going on. I'm still disabled, as if this isn't a constant, never-ending trauma, as if I could ever work an actual job, as if I have to, and if I have an ability in any way not have to interrupt her. So I have to come to you as if I have to help you. And yet, multi-million-dollar company SSI guy. Meanwhile, I can barely do my everyday. Oh, I went and got groceries during a snowstorm. Nice. That was one time. It shows that you could do this short burst of activity and in no way do anything consistently. Actually, this shows nothing but disability. Go fuck yourself. Go. You should have fucking just waited until the next day because, like, that's dangerous to do. Yeah, no, that's something I remembered after I got back home. It's like, oh, I didn't even sense that danger, really. I was just gonna fucking do it. I was like, whatever. So? You know, standard bullshit, right? It's like, yeah, oh yeah, no, it didn't even cross my mind I shouldn't do this until tomorrow. But it's like, that's the argument they'll try and make. But that's how stupid people think. They'll fucking fit whatever narrative they want instead of, like, really genuinely giving it a thought. Like, I can imagine the judge doing the same fucking thing. I'll just discredit and invalidate your fucking shit. Meanwhile, it's like, look at all the number of things he has. He can't fucking even do a regular person thing. So he can be amazing at creative concepts and shit like that. That's all he's got. And you all just stole it. They ain't gonna pay him money. Because you have to go through college and get all the opportunities and connections to be able to go anywhere with that. Can't even edit his videos. He can. I believe he could if he tried hard enough. No. But they're like, no, 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 you must do all these things with all this money you do not have and all these connections you are certainly not able to get. And find these people that don't want to be found. What the fuck are you doing? Shut it down. Stop making it such that we would have to ultimately admit. Shut up. You know, like, fuck you. I know what you're doing. What am I doing? Other than exposing your lack of intelligence and inability to validate others and their issues and their disabilities and more. No, you don't do jack shit. You don't even take it into consideration. No wonder why you can't fucking accurately or ever understand anyone, really. Like, accurately predict my ass. It's not predict. It's like, you just don't seem to understand that this person is not you. You're comparing, contrasting things. You're one of the reasons why we have the problems we have today. You're allowed to vote. You'll make laws as if this makes sense. You think that makes any sense. You can compare people to you when they're nowhere near like you. Some can be similar, but that person over there might be entirely different. Just because they're intelligent means in no way they don't have disabilities. Effectively, everything I just hear from these fucktards is, I don't want to believe things. I'm actually so fucking disabled mentally in my intelligence, I should be stopped and prevented from having kids, being able to vote, run businesses, have say over anything I do, or anything anyone else does, evaluating anyone, or having an opinion that matters. And it's like, I don't like that. Really? That's what you did to me. I can accurately prove that it should be you that has that issue. In fact, I basically just did. People like you are the reasons why America is never going to be great. A waste of space. But you know, you're not actually. See, that's the thing. You can do work. You're not like me. You can work, obviously. Even if you have that disability, it doesn't preclude you from being able to do tasks that you can perform accurately and adequately. That will not result in all of it falling apart and becoming undone. That's okay. We need that too. There's nothing wrong with that. I can't do that. That's something you have as an advantage over me. I can't do that. So it's like, that's a thing I just can't do. But see, back in the day, that was acceptable. That was fine. We understood that I'm good at this and you're good at that, and there was no harsh, hard feelings. That was just our dynamic. That's how things worked. I'm really good at seeing and doing this, and you're really good at seeing and doing that. And we didn't view each other negatively or less than. And the only reason I'm going after you is because you're fucking doing that to me. Otherwise, if you want my real opinion, I don't view you in any other way than you being you. Not less, not above. No different. Just different in those aspects. That's my real thought about basically everyone except for gabagoos. And it's like everything's better than a gabagoo. You know, anything that's not a gabagoo is immediately better than a gabagoo. Which I've defined that. I've even tweeted it out on my X. So, gabagoos are bad. Like anything is basically better than a gabagoo, practically. Yeah, except other versions of near gabagooness. It's like, yeah, I'd rather you just get kicked into that category. Yeah, but see, that's the thing. It's like that's how our dynamic would run, and everything worked just fine. There's nothing wrong with any of that. you know, like you're good, I'm good. I don't. Let's do things. Let's make it work. Let's make it happen. Like what's the problem? I don't see one personally. You know, but others don't think that way, and it's like that's the gabagoo. You're above because you can do this. You have this amount of money. My gatekeeping qualifier means I'm definitely better than thou. I have so many people that like and subscribe to me. That doesn't make you better. You're gonna shit at some point in the future. You're probably gonna pee too. You'll probably think of some dumb shit to say, and you'll say it out loud, I'm sure. Probably make a mistake trying to do something or whatever, just like anyone else. You're not better. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons why I hate capitalism. Capitalism is really shit. It really forces this idea into people's minds that that's something that you should use as a fucking way of continuing along with a belief of yourself. Like you're valid from the start. You're just different. There's nothing wrong with you being a little bit more talented or more experienced in one thing or another, or having a better grasp or understanding on something. Everybody's different on various things. It doesn't make it so that way you're immediately better. You're just better at that. That's the point, But it's like you didn't even notice that part that you were doing to yourself and others already. It's like, look at you. You need these qualifiers. I'm like, I can't do what you do. I could do this, but all of a sudden it discounts all that I can't do because I'm this. See the ableism problem? It's a compare and contrast problem. It's a perspective fucking problem. Like, you don't get that you're already comparing and contrasting someone. You don't believe that this issue would cause that much of a problem simply because you can't see that that would be the case, even for yourself. Because XYZ, I do have these issues, but for me, it's like that's not the same for that person over there. See what I mean? They're doing it again. I just don't care. No, that's not the case. And I will just say that it's this. I'm not changing. You're not getting me to change. There's the oppositional defiance problem. A difference of perspective. Counter to this narrative and driven perspective of the world around me that I wish not to have be altered and changed. I do not wish to grow and change. I do not wish to have any of these things be different, other than my perspective where I feel comfortable and happy to be able to put down others. I would have to admit that I had done wrong and made mistakes, and then grow and learn and change. You don't learn to grow and learn and change unless there's a pressure and a reason and a, oh, I did wrong. I need to do this now. I need to alter my way forward. I need to change my perspective. I need to make better and different decisions. If there's nothing that will force me, to have that bad feeling, to feel uncomfortable, validate that, to genuinely, definitely know, you know what I mean? Like, it's true, it's for sure that is, and I actually care about it. It matters to me that it is that way, and that I did do that thing that is not good and not great and not correct. Gabagoos and narcissists and more, oh yeah, I already know. I just don't care, and it will never matter. That's why they're not ever allowed to be anything other than inferior to all that care. Lesser than garbage to be removed and deleted, no matter what. You'll ruin everything. No matter, like, you really will. Yeah, like, you just don't give a fuck. It's the only thing that you want to do anyways. Like, even trolls eventually get to a point where it's like, oh, I actually gave a shit. You won't. You'll literally go down burning the entire thing with you. Trolls can genuinely have feelings and shit. You know what I mean? There could be, but that's the whole, like, oh, I'm this young, or I feel as though I should have a purpose and go rah rah fight power, blah blah, or just, good, have good fun, and maybe I'm just not really considering how significant that might actually be to those individuals you're trolling. We all make mistakes. Some are worse than others. You know what I mean? But, like, that's not what a gabagoo is. That's way worse than a gabagoo. No, it's not. Person that said that. A gabagoo is literally the worst. A pedophile will never be the worst. Pedophiles, regular people, they've been historically always present, just like all gay, transsexuals, and more that have always existed for our species from the beginning. You are worse, Gabagoo, troll. Stop trying to conflate your ego and get people to go against something other than you. Just like before, arguing for transsexuality to be valid and more in all that space and all the rest that I've talked about. It's the same problem and argument. Dehumanize, remove validity, experience, humanity, and more. Whatever is necessary so you can continue feeling the way you normally do. That is the very much reason why I look at this person that goes, no, I don't care and you're not getting me to change, as a gabagoo. Because that is a gabagoo. I refuse, I don't care, actually, I'm fine with that, and in fact, I'm going to continue doing it. Right? That's what you've stated multiple times, I'm sure of it. There you go. I am! There you go. Gabagoo. You are less than me. Look at this. They can't even do the average. The average is literally what makes all of it run. An average everyday individual. There's no need to think of, oh, you need a bunch of special everywhere. The average everyday person is what runs everything. Look, a careful average. Ooh. Showing off that fucking ego there. The real schizoid personality, grand delusions. Believes themselves to be better than others. Is entitled to these things that they're not. I'm just asking for help, man. Fucking hell. So wrong about that? Nothing, clearly. Except I'm surrounded by gabagoos. That's the problem. You know what I mean? That's the real problem. And they have salt. Oh boy, do they. They can't even handle the idea that I would fucking go after them. You'll never be remembered. You'll never do. Look at the gabagoo fucking getting hit. It doesn't even faze me. I'm doing other things. In my own life. I don't care. I have shit that I actually genuinely have to deal with, and it ain't your ass, that's for sure. Oh wait, no it is. But you see what I mean when it comes down to like all the stuff that I talked about moving forward from the Chandler house? Like, why would I ever believe that there would be something good coming my way? Is that really pessimism at that point? All signs point to me being constantly right at all times about that. No, you'll be at the blah 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 blah. Nope. See what I mean? It's just platitudes and patronizations. It's all that would be. I mean, come on, man. If I ended up knowing that I was going to lose my fucking memory, waking up one fucking day not really fully remembering shit, but knowing who I am and knowing I did some of this shit and it had come out over time, and it'd be because of these fuckers doing that to me. Somehow, some fucking way, however the hell they did that, that's fucked up. Because it's like so impossible to just walk through the already open back door, the sliding glass door in that fucking house, because we didn't have AC. Oh, it's impossible to just jump a fucking fence with hackers that were obviously there. Who apparently had gotten connected with government officials. The fuck? And I'm supposed to go to them? You think I'm gonna get in court? Oh yeah, no. Oh, I can totally trust. Okay. Do you see it? No way. Oh, I'm gonna be able to tell my parents the seemingly ultra paranoid blah blah blah, the narcissist. Same thing with online. Monitoring me, making sure I never get anywhere, blacklisting, getting into the fucking little corporations, making sure that they fucking tank me, so that way I never get anywhere. So it doesn't go anywhere for as long as possible, so that way they can keep doing it. Oh, it's so impossible. People that were able to hack and be a part of that programming community, that incestuous programming community, and tech crowd, and government nepotistic crowd, and more. It's impossible somehow. No, obviously it is. Very possible. Do you ever hear yourself? Like, for real. Do you? Like, I mean, come on. Really? I have to come. The the narcissistic, grand delusion, all the things he is that you say I am, okay? You know? Has to give you how that could be possible. You couldn't think of it yourself. You, the smarter, better in all the ways, and it's not a qualifier, and blah, 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 has to get it from the guy who's seriously mentally ill, diagnosed, it's definitely record, schizophrenic, or borderline personality, or bipolar, or any of the number of other ones that I've been diagnosed with. He's a pedophile too, and we should definitely do this somehow, some way he is. All of those things. Any and all qualifiers, he's a monster, we are allowed to. Has to give you the rundown of how this could be a thing. You, the better and more genius and smarter in all the ways person, couldn't think of it and how it could be the thing being done. Okay. Fuck off. Really? Fuck off? That's all you got? That's it? Guess he can't say anything at all. He's like, no, I'm sorry. Guys, believe that I am actually now a good person. And that I'm not going to do it again at some other point somewhere else. And that you can trust me. Come on. It was logical. Why would I, those are the right questions to ask. And this is the right way to initially approach things. And arguing constantly and our back and forth is necessary when it's clear that we're definitely having conversations. And it's impossible for it to be anything other than just prediction. Please believe that I'm not a gabagoo, guys. Come on, let me continue manipulating you. Come on! What did I do wrong? That's normal! It's clear that it's not impossible. He's just lying. He has to have so much money. I mean, if he's that smart, they always have money somewhere. It's clear he could work. He's just trying to work an angle like us. He's a fucking con artist. Like us, I guess, now. You're getting real far with your crowd there, brah. In no way whatsoever, retard! Foot and mouth syndrome problem. They can't stop themselves, seemingly. I think of myself like this guy. I think of myself like that guy. I think I'm like this. Why don't you just be yourself? Just say that you have these personality traits and that you like this stuff and so on. Instead of like, I'm like that person over there. Because you know that if you compare yourself to that person, you get immediately related to having this information and this type of ability to be seen trustworthy or as intelligent or as likable and charming. It's a standard con artist technique used by people like yourself. Look at the fuck up, the retard, the gabagoo. So, you should give it a shot. Give us a shot. Trust us again. So, no to that. And you definitely are for sure the one that has to show you can be trusted by him. Mate, come on! Let me just fucking... Come on! Get away with murder effectively. Come on! He's out of that country. Yeah, I do. Please help me. Don't say my thoughts out loud. Shut up, man. But like, I actually kind of get you though. Like, that's mean to say shut up. Come on, are you kidding me? Like, I have to showcase that off. You're gonna confirm it to people. That means like it's for sure a thing. I have to do that. It's not all the time, but you get the picture. If it's a thing that I somehow have a gift for, you know, some biological something, right? Some physics phenomenon I'm hooking into, or multiple, however it is. Clearly, it's a thing that I have to show off. That has to fucking consistently be there for it to be a thing, and people will have to basically constantly just put up with stuff like that. So that way I don't get discounted. That's something you have to deal with, you know? Because, like, they'll do it in any other damn way that they can do it, you know? I mean, it's like, not how I became intelligent. I want people to grasp that part, please. I didn't steal information from people's minds. Okay, like, I thought long and hard myself. I was trying my damnedest to learn. I put in the work and effort. I didn't just fucking use others. I'm not like the gabagoos. They can't really get anywhere without others. Doesn't mean I don't listen. Doesn't mean I don't learn. But still, I do my own thinking and processing. I'm an asset, yeah, but I just can't really do that stuff, you know? Like, yeah, no, I could absolutely get somewhere if I had money to fucking get any kind of... Oh, God, yeah. Not to mention, it's like, so do you know anything about this stuff that I'm talking about? You know, and I'm talking to like a super quantum physicist. He's got the PhDs and shit. And it's like, no, yeah, no, you know, and it's like, oh, so that's what they do. What about the... Actually, you know what? We've been theorizing. Well, what about this? The way the math, and then you use this workaround and blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, it's like, he's a fucking multi-PhD, bro. It's like, that's just my everyday. You know, like, that's genuinely a thing for me. Not for others, right? And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't make them less. It doesn't make others less. Stop that shit. You gotta stop it. I'm just good at certain things. And it's like, well, see that jealousy problem? When the hackers came around? Oh, no, he was so abusive to me. You could have just fucking stopped hacking and listening. The fuck? What world in any way was I abusive to you? That you have anything you can say? What universe? Stop it. Shut up, you damn bastards. Gabagool, indeed. So, yeah, no, honestly, though, I deal with this on every day. Like, you have no idea how, like, genuinely depressed I am. Like, all the time. and I just fucking try and brute force day-to-day things. Just fucking, I'm making myself happy. I'm just gonna fucking pretend to be happy today. Fuck you! I'm just gonna put you out of my mind. Just fuck off. I know you're there, but like, fuck you. And yes, there's no way I can really ever get justice for this. And oh my god, fuck off! No, not getting into this. Fuck you. I'm gonna have fun today. I'm trapped. You think so? You bastard me. Shut up about it. Come on. We gotta do things that are like things that make it so we live and we're happier and less sad all the time. Exactly. Feel me on that one, that's for sure. That's the problem with the Rick and Morty. You know what I mean? You get to that point where it's like you look at a Jerry and it's like, what isn't a Jerry? You know what I mean? Like, what isn't like that? Like, fucking Obama, literally just like, because you're God, we can't possibly not be controlling what is effectively a person that could give us a fucking utopian society for all this shit. What? What did you just fucking what? How does that make sense? But like genuinely, that's America and a lot of other people probably. Because it's like, well, no, hey Rick, hey, come over to our country. Hey, you know, you want to do the thing? It's not being done. So, oh fuck, right? You see that shit? Isn't that a fucking terrifying thing? It's like, what's wrong with Jerry? How seemingly nothing is wrong, and you never notice. It's an insane, in a different way. Not like, man, they can't tell fact from fiction. It's like insanely scary. Holy shit, you don't even know that that's way bad and they're fucking like evil as fuck. You know what I mean? Like that fucking level of just going mad with fear, and you can laugh like an insane clown or whatever, but you cry at the end of it. You grab your head and you scream at the absurdity of it all going on around you as if it's so acceptable. Why aren't we doing the right thing? Why are we laughing at this? Why is this not taken seriously? What is going on? Why is it a joke? Why are we accepting that? How did this happen? What the fuck? And you realize why Rick is just numb and nihilistic to fucking try and survive, knowing full well he's in a story along with the rest of them. Full with a bunch of people that are just not willing to make anything better. And it's all for someone else's entertainment. A sick cosmic joke to be abused! All while they could make it better in every way. The abstract absurdity. To be nothing but a puppet to be laughed and viewed and jeered at. To be thrown away like a pawn to go through the pain and suffering of existence for no reason whatsoever. Other than some fucking screen somewhere. It's a joke. Isn't it just?
That's what I kind of tried to call out. Well, I made it in a lot of ways. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. You don't get it. It's a fucking joke. It's absurd. Why are we fucking allowing for that to be validated? Having a fucking consideration. Why is this being counted? Why should we care? We know it's not that. What does it matter? Who cares if their feelings are hurt? We didn't care then. They don't care about us. What's going on here? What is this absurdity? This insanity? Why are we arguing for ourselves to be harmed and continue on like we must allow for it? Allow for subjugation and horror and suffering and pain and oppression. Why do we have to be a joke? And that's kind of what that is. When you wake up to it all. Why do you think nihilism doesn't exist to the point where you'd really be truly nihilistic? He still cares about his family. He still cares about having fun. He still cares. If you look at the fucking story, he knows he's being abused and there's nothing he can do. You know, it's to fucking protect himself and others. Man, they'll just fucking see that I like something and they'll fucking try and put it down and ruin it and make them suffer. And I don't want that, and they know it fucking hurts me. And if I fucking fight them, it's another version of the same thing. Nihilism sucks, and fuck that, but he is, and, you know, for what it's worth, it's not actually as bad. It's not always about that. For what it's worth. But that's the point. That's the point of the fucking goddamn problem. You know, like, I'm a regular person. I showcased what my real philosophies are. You know, my real views about it all. But, like, Rick is different, and people that are kind of like Rick are different. And everybody's kind of their own thing, but it's, you eventually realize it's like, this is a joke. This is insane. This makes no sense. What are we doing? Oh my God! It breaks you. It really breaks you. Like, really actually does. When you really no longer have the ignorance, when you really can't just dodge it. You can't just not know. You don't have a way out of it, and you can't cognitively dissonate. You can't do any of the things that you want to do to fucking have delusional types of hope. You have to account for that stuff. You see those variables. You know the truth. And there's a guy over there that's doing all of that and being abused by all of it. As if others haven't been. They just didn't know that he'd be that guy. And we all got caught in the crossfire, and he's not even gonna fucking bat an eye, like we didn't even try to save or offer up help or even say that we were here. Showcase that we exist, that we tried, and didn't even bother to say that sorry or anything, really. Nothing in real life ever happened. Can't trust a single bit of it, and why would you? How could you? Look at him. Whatever, not a big deal. The insanity of him. Why care? See what I mean? And that's how they want to break you. Just go back into not caring. Why would you care? Why would you? Come on, man. Just go back to not caring. Come on. Come on. Just not care. Just not care. Just don't. Do you see it? You're giving him power. Just don't care about getting rid of the ones that don't care. Look how immediately they change. Hey, I see what you're doing there. No, we gotta put you down. We gotta die. No, that's not what I'm... Hey, whoa.
You can always fight them. They can always be removed permanently. Nothing says they can't be gone, deleted from it all. There's always solutions. It's whether or not you're willing to follow through on them, whether or not you're willing to do them. Just like it takes hard work to get better mentally and emotionally and physically, so too does it take hard work to do that as well. See what I'm saying? Giving in like they want you to the overwhelming sensation, the anxiety and stress of it being what it is. When you realize what's going on, they want you to break, they want you to stop caring, they want you to give in. If you never do it, and you just work on them, they can't do anything but watch their slow downfall and death and demise. And that's always going to be the truth. They hate that part. I know that much. Why do you think they stuck around to constantly bother me? I don't even give a shit about you. Why do you stick around and continue bothering me? Handle yourselves appropriately. Realize that if you really want to take the fight to them, it's nothing other than directing your attention at them to be removed. That's it. They can't do anything to stop you. They literally set up their fucking whole world to literally allow for people to mob mentality against someone and just remove them. They knew damn well that type of fucking double-edged sword could happen to go after them as well. Do you see it? You see the joke of it all? Look at the jokes. They think they're going to survive this. When someone fucking gets there, what's to stop them? You all banding together, right? What if enough people actually did learn? What would stop them? Hey, I don't really care. Stab. I guess you didn't care. Hey, nothing was lost. And kick, and what do you know? Nobody even knows it was me. See ya. You can find me out, right? I hope you do. But no, I'm an insane narcissist and all the rest of it, right? I wonder if you'd investigate that. Would you be compelled to actually act upon those things? No, this person really does have this issue. These people really are doing these things. I can link them, I have the evidence and all the rest. What would you do? Judicial? Investigatory? Did I do wrong defending myself? I had to. It's self-defense. Can you say it wasn't? No, and yeah, we'd have to investigate that. Oh, really? Those are your rules, right? That's how you set it up. You're so blasé. Oh, you know what I was in that moment. Please, you don't understand. Like all the rest of the psychopathic actors who are really good at turning on the crocodile tear and waterworks. Really giving it the old college try, as they say. Can you tell the difference? I know that your algorithmic little body language identifiers and more can't. You're good enough. It passes your tests. But you didn't do that for any of the rest of them over there. How come you're going that far with this?
You ever notice that? When does it become obvious what this really is? Us deciding to join in and play the game in a way that beats you no matter what. And you have to play along and get beaten. Because you always turn it into a game for some reason, instead of it's real life and real suffering, and we care. What would happen? You'd lose, obviously. You don't want that, clearly. Okay. But could we work together? No. We tried already. And what would there be to work together with? You don't exist. This isn't really happening. So on and so forth, all of these stupid, dumbass levels of gaslighting crap you've been saying. So, what are you going to do next? See? Play their game a different way, though. What's so wrong about it? I obviously can't trust you. Now, I just happen to say that I can control reality, grand illusion, schizoid. But of course, those that are involved would know the truth, right? Those that did the investigation would know the honest to goodness truth. I can kind of do that, can't I? What are you going to do? You set it up your way. That's all it is. And clearly he needs SSI because he's just got those issues. He can't work if he really believes that. And they do, obviously. Could we So, wiggling my fingers and humping the air, and you're dead, and psh, 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 psh. What are you going to do? Stop me. I think really bad negative thoughts towards you. Oh my god, did that person get hurt? What are you going to do? Nothing saying I can't wiggle my fingers and hump the air and think bad thoughts towards you. As far as I'm aware, ain't no fucking law against that, brah. So, what are we going to do next? Huh? We're going to move on? Watch as you consistently keep getting hit by astronomical levels of improbable fucking weather and geological events. Here you go! Massive problem for you again! Boom! There's another fucking hurricane! Whoosh! Hey, you know what? Fuck this! Tidal wave! What are you gonna do? Stop me? Nothing saying that I can really do it. Hey, I'm just gonna take control of this guy's body here. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, have fun. Yeet. I didn't like that guy. He died, though. He's good. And dead. Oh! What are you gonna do?
So I feel a little better, and you're dead, and I don't have to deal with you anymore. You gonna run? Where are you gonna run to? So it takes a little bit of time for it to occur. You try and fight me some other way with some technology I've given you in the past and recently on my YouTube. So I get around it. So we play a game of you always losing and me always winning. Technological advancements still keep occurring, but also the entire world will die because you keep doing that. And nobody bothered to even try and show up. Well, okay, can't really stop you just from, thinking things and moving around, I guess. Not really, can you? Meanwhile, hey guys, you want to work together? I have some really cool ideas. Maybe you like to work together, maybe. They're totally a feasible thing, and honestly we can make a good amount of money and the world will get better and become a better place. What's wrong? I like the sound of that. Hey, yeah, let's get it done. Yeah, there we go. All right. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. What do you know? You got cancer over there? Boom. Now it's super turbo malignant stuff. You're never getting off of that. You're dying. Let's just have you walk into fucking traffic for no reason. Oh wait, it's psychosis. He just had brain-addled cancer stuff. I hate that guy. That guy sucks. He stole one of my ideas. I'm in the bag! She did die, though, that person. So, still want to keep trying to gaslight me? These people, they just keep showing up. I love this one. They're like, no, it's fine. The guy, he made so much money, he left. The scammer. He's dead. You're like a new CEO of this. No, that happens. We make money and we leave. Oh, really? I never would have thought that. Boom, 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 boom. Gunk. Ain't no one caring about you. Trip. Boom. Oh, that fall move, huh? How come you weren't paying attention as you went down the stairs, fuckface? Trying to scam people out of their hard-earned money, scammer? He's got a cracked neck. He's quadriplegic. He's faking and lying. Obviously. Alrighty. So, Dad dropped off some dog food. That's nice. I needed that for what it's worth. But, yeah, no. It could be anything. Honestly, truthfully, here's the gist. Me existing, all that entails, any fucking movement at all. Well, fuck movement, hell, I don't even need that. And it will do it. It's like, well, I'm preparing for a big old fucking large one. Why do you think I have the whole well, here's escape plans. Here's some airship escape plans and how to build them and all the rest, and honestly, it would work. Meanwhile, who's the fucking douchewad honestly trying? And it's like, which one? Right? Like, for real, though, actually. Yeah. Especially for me when it comes down to, like, well, I have great ideas, but I can't execute any of them. You know what I mean? I need money, I need people. Like, more than anything, like, that's what that would be. And while, sure, great ideas are great, and they're yours, and it's clear people stole them, and they were able to get money and execute on them. They can just pretend that they didn't. That's fair. Except not really, because it definitely gets them killed. It sure does. That's automatic, man. But it's like, you can see why I'm like trying my best to just kill everything. Anything that's good would show the fuck up. Since it hasn't happened, I'm not seeing it. That's why it's the insanity. Different type. It's clear that they're very obviously aware of what reality and fiction is, and that they make intentional choices to try and get away with harming and continuing to harm me and pretend they didn't do something, meaning lie. It's insane, truthfully, to lie. If you ever look at that, and I mean this, the only reason you'd ever want to lie is if there was a consequence to doing something that was really bad, that would be so ginormously terrible that you felt as though that was the only solution. But when they're doing it such that that's just their natural first move, either they were trained that way or they're a gabagoo. Like, what would you really ever need to lie about? You ever think about that? Like, what would you ever need to really lie about? No, I mean that. Like, the only reason why you want to lie is because you don't want to get caught with police or something else, right? Or your parents, or even by yourself, because of how terrible it would be if you were a person that had done this terrible thing that you view as terrible. There's no real way to lie and not have it fall into two categories that are clearly obviously what they are. Gabagoos. And people that were trained into believing that that would be a good move. No, we have him on record lying about his name back in the day being Tyler Lambert and shit. Yeah, I did do that. I even wrote it with my left hand. I'm not left-handed, I'm right-handed. I couldn't trust that single one of them. Like, they're trustworthy? How are they trustworthy? They never showed up. They lied the entire time. None of that would be valid in any goddamn way. Not at all. You know what I mean? Like, if anything, it's just like, oh, so you went along with pretending like they would be valid, having you said that you were this person, when in reality that means they were hacking you for sure. You weren't recording, and you definitely, for sure, got taken advantage of. Like, no, we present evidence to the court so that it is us that is a big fat fucking liar. That for sure was listening and taking advantage of him. Look at us and our evidence of us being terribly bad, wrong gabagoos that should be deleted. I like how that's, like, first move, Literally, it's like, so you were hacking me. Why didn't you show up? And immediately show off that you were taking advantage of me. And they have nothing they can say to that. Because it's like, no, blah, 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 all this other stuff. And it's like, oh, so you continue taking advantage of him, and we just got to see how fucking amazing he really is. And how it is all of his. And how all of you deserve death. Alrighty, moving on. You've got nothing. Ever. All of you that did that. No matter how far back that really goes. And anyone else that got really just to a point where they just went along with it and they didn't even investigate or know or care about the person that was getting taken advantage of and harmed, which would be me. Which they deserve death. It's like, yeah, no, you effectively are an accessory to murder at that point. You actively helped remove the body, move the body, try and lie to police and all the rest of that. You have nothing you can say. You're fucked as fuck could ever be. You know what I mean? So, that's why it's like, why did nobody show up? And I don't know, because obviously, very clear, obvious reasons that are pretty easily understandable. They don't want to go down for nothing. It's like, basically, it's all of the fucking world. You're going to kill all of them? Yeah. The whole universe if I have to. Why? You're in that. I'll be alive. I can do it. I've got it covered. Well, we'll figure it out. I'm going to remove that as a thing. I'm just going to kill that. And stop that from being a thing. You can't do that. You can't stop me. You don't make the rules. I do. I can do things. You can't do jack shit, clearly. You needed me for everything. That's what that whole bit of evidence would really show off. And why would we want you to be around? Anything that's actually good somehow? Clearly we'd want you to die. Forever, forever, ever, ever. Complete deletion doesn't exist. Just removed, gone. Fuck even your information. I can figure it out without it. I'll just build up again. Fuck conservation of information. Yeet! I would literally do that for all of that. It would be literally never necessary. I can figure it out. So it takes some time. I'm better off without it. No! Oh, boo-hoo. And that's the game I play. That's what my currently still going on and heading towards whole thing is about. There's no stopping or preventing that. It's happening no matter what. But that's the reason why I look at people and say, well, I need to have the evidence first. I'm like, okay, then just go look for it. It's not even hard to find. It's not. I already gave you all of the ways to find it, where to look and more. Granted, it takes money and effort to do, which I can't do or even have, but you do, so what's stopping you? I'm involved in it. Oh, really, Sherlock fucking douchefuck? Go gabagoo someone else. Okay, so is that so difficult to understand? Why it would be like that? Meanwhile, it's still like, yo, what's up, guys? Here's me. Still wanting to work with you. Hey, here's some ideas. Here, watch me do this. Here's some thoughts. Here's my opinions. They're pretty good. I fucking know they are. You listened before. You stole them before. So, want to work together somehow? Maybe make things better? You have to... Shut up! I'm thinking about something, a way I can spin this where it's on him, not us. So shut up. I need to think. I don't have anything. Is there any way I can turn make it seem like it's not impossible that he could do these things? Give it an option that would absolutely mean that it's his fault. I followed a fucking stupid clown guy. This is the fucking stupidest thing. I should have fucking done anything. Honk honk. Brrr. Squeeze fucking squirty flower thing. Yeah, fuck off. Fucking clown suit over here. I'm a fucking dumbass retard. This is what I followed. I'm stuck with that. No, you can always just make a choice and choose me. Become a part of the average. Careful, average. Look at that. All because I went after one of their fucking stupid scammer fuck faces on that subreddit. Nice going, hacker. Showing off your level of unintelligent intellect. It's the size of... I love this one. Take a look at me, look at me. I'm a woman. I'm gonna go over there and fucking debase and devalue this person into the size of his genitalia. Look at me. I want you to have a monster dick. Okay? Size queen, I mean, that's an appropriate, approach. I mean, I'd definitely assume that you'd be really angry if I just went over to you and said, you got a small pussy? You don't have a monster pussy, do you? I don't want any of that hot dog hallway shit going on there, girl. Yeah, did I strike a nerve? A nerve? What? You're hilarious. Okay. I want to read this from my fucking actual conversations on Reddit from someone I did this with. This is a genuine conversation I ended up having someone, because it was just what the fuck did I just read? What the fuck? For real. What the fuck? No, that's monster pussy levels of shit. No, don't get me wrong. You can all have whatever kink you want. That's okay. But if you're going to start it off with, I need big dick. Okay, monster pussy. There's no indication. It's literally, you got a big cock? Hey, you know what I said? Are you open for some conversation? You got a big cock? Look at the level of fucking cringe. Oh god, it's a woman. A scammer hacker, by the way. He's a real person. It's Ocean Forest #1. I know for a fact because I talked about it back when I was in Chandler. If it's not a person that's genuinely that, then I basically just really well predicted that shit. See what I'm saying? So it's got a small pussy? Not a great way to start this conversation with me. Want to try again? And then I wrote this because it's this is based upon a kink thing. So maybe it's like a back and forth. Maybe it's we're doing a start of like some degradation, kink play, stuff like that. I'm giving a bit of an opening. Maybe we can start it again, right? All right, just setting the scene, okay? Right? You want to worship me and my dick? Finally submit. You should apologize and start again. Give me an out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this can't, all right, let's maybe, right? Like, firing off, but maybe not quite right. All right, let's maybe, maybe we're going to continue, all right, somewhere, right? You're not getting me with any fucking nerves, bro. Like, legitimately, not even a fucking shot, but it's like you're immediately going to start fucking devaluing me? What part of my fucking Xenon Reality Color Reddit page suggests that that's what I'm into? Not to mention, you yourself have more about degradation and being like looked down on and treated that way and talked to that way than I ever will. The hell? This is your freaking first start. Okay, all right, we're gonna move on. It's like you're not hitting any nerve, but then it's like, all right, little short dick got a nerve with a smiling, crying, smiling emoji, like laughing and crying, right? Yeah. I'm like, oh my god, you didn't even take the out of just like, maybe I approached that a little wrong, I mean, I can change. All right, all right, we're gonna have sexy kink talk, right? Like we're gonna continue, pick this up, right? No. Oh, did I hit a nerve? No. It's all good, whatever the fuck you're into. That's not a good way to approach that. You just got it wrong. I'm giving you an out. What the fuck? So this is how I respond. It's long. Don't get me wrong. So you're gonna have to listen to a long amount of me responding to this because truthfully, I had a bad day and I just wanted to hurt someone. Like, honestly, I'd had enough. That was not the nerve. The nerve was being, like, basically discounted. And that's, like, the username, careful average, and some numbers with some underscores in between became the next thing that was posted on that subreddit. With a big black dick. I've talked about it before. About a fucking person following me, a hacker, that literally pays people to make posts of big black cock porn on various subreddits and him being a bully and cucking this white individual and their relationship. I have no relationship. What is this? There's no relationship going on. What is this? I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have a wife. What the fuck is this? Why do you think this bothers me? What bothers me is that you have enough money to just constantly keep harassing me. And, like, you have such an inferiority complex to me, like, you have to do that. And it's been going on for months, and it's only going to look like I'm, like, out of my mind and I'm in psychosis or something. But in reality, it's not. It's genuinely a thing going on. He's a loser. And I don't mean, like, I don't do the win-lose thing, but, you know what I mean, very often. I've been doing it a little bit more recently, because they keep talking about it. But it's like, man, that is lame. That is cringe. That is bad. That is dabagoo levels of shit. My goodness, So setting the scene, setting the context, right, as to why that came out for the average stuff earlier and recently. Because I know who this is and what they're about and what that whole this individual is involved in behind the scenes. And it's been in fake posts like that in the subreddits, and it's been going on for Reddit for a long time, actually. And why I talked about how it is they can make bots and post various things that influence people, and they're testing society to see where it goes and how far it goes, depending on how much that person really is that person or not. And how to respond to seem like they're a real person, and call it out and, attack and blah blah. Without actually being able to, because they'll just believe it. Like, no, like they thought I was a fake person, right? Like that happened in that community. The fact of the matter is, you don't really have any evidence to suggest they're not still fake. It just looks like they're not. See what I mean? A standard challenge the challenge, and then usually it goes away. If you did investigate, you'd see that there's a lot of fake there going on right now in a lot of different social media. There's scammers, there's hackers, there's bots, and more. Anyways, all right. Here's something you don't get, Ocean. You don't have a single bit of worth. You have no idea. Nothing outside of your little imbecilic view of the world that will mean nothing and everyone will forget you. There's never been something that makes you worthwhile outside of your little society's garbage idea of value, gatekeeping something that will just blow it off and try and lamely defend it later by trying to trash me like the actual garbage to be taken out you are. It's too bad you can't be anything but a fuck up. Look at the monster pussy here. The bullshit that thinks they can boil down someone into something so inane and arbitrary. I've never even given a shit about you looking for a size queen need filled for your little mind's idea of pleasure. Monster pussy, why do you fill? It's supposed to be feel, F-E-E-L. I spelled it F-I-L-L. Whatever, still know what that is. Like only a force is going to fill you up. Nice little burn there, real quick. Monster pussy needs a literal force to fucking make that get something. Alright, just a little jab. Hey, worthless. Have you ever felt like finally letting go and giving in to finally making everyone else feel better? It makes you laugh and feel somehow you struck a nerve. It's funny, because honestly, it's just a defense mechanism for you needing to feel better than others, you inferior shit. Now, how about we talk about how you can describe to me why I should think you would be worthy of me? Because honestly, I am better than you right now in this moment. Give me 5 reasons you have any kind of validity in life. If you don't, I'll just assume you decided to finally stop being something people would be better off not knowing or caring about. Decided to finally learn to just fucking admit you didn't approach that well. And you could have done better, you actual garbage, to be thrown out and never thought about again. Her response, see a therapist, LOL. Woohoo, the fucking nervous laughter. Must have hit a nerve. Right? Smiley face. Have a nice time at night. Remember to properly admit to mistakes and allow for growth. Your idea of continuing when you could have just allowed for it to be seen as unacceptable to devalue me and believe that that type of abusive language is acceptable is what will make you something that even yourself will never care about. Whole thing, there's a lot of posts about her currently not caring about herself and like basically devaluing herself to be treated in such a way that's probably going to make her feel really shit later. As if you would understand your own ego defending itself to not have to suffer through a little embarrassment. Narcissistic weirdo, the response. Back. Then I never fucking commented, never even tried. I left it alone. That is literally what I did. Those are the actual words I wrote. Like, actually, that's it. Like, you want to fucking try with me to say I played that wrong? Look at the fucking child, the immature little brat here. It's clear what that really is and was. A narcissist, a real one that got caught so fucking fast. They couldn't even begin to just go, ooh, yeah, no, you're right. I shouldn't make that a joke and just assume that would be something that I should laugh at and just say I hit a nerve, like as if that's a normal, non-abusive thing to do to people. Like, look at that. Like, society, oh, you have a little tiny dick. Ha 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 ha. Look at all of us laugh at the guy. Wow. Look at the fucking literal garbage around here. They think that this is normal treatment and behavior. Look at the actual children that are dressed up as adults, have voting rights, and genuinely people believe should be counted and their opinions valued somehow. They thought that this was correct behavior, and they grew up to the point where they're adults now and they see that as normal. Something that clearly hit a nerve somehow. Instead of you don't see like how you just didn't even take what I said like right off the bat. I was like, maybe you approached that a little wrong, bro. Hey, you want us to go? Like, hey, let's go with maybe, you know. No, it's you! It's not for you! And then it's like, careful, average. Had a grudge going on with this guy. I have a ginormous wing, it's my value, I have more money, all this. Still a loser in life. This abusive piece of shit that fucking hits his kids and fucking definitely abuses domestically your fucking wife. And cheats on them all the time, too. Look at this, trying to seem like he's above me. Look at this. That should be dead person. That's a person that should be dead. And the thing is like, that's not the first time I've had that be a thing. This person DM and then decide, hey, I'll give you this amount of money to put out content like that. It always follows me. It's not there, and then all of a sudden it's there. Consistently over and over. You can use the Wayback Machine to show it off. Not that, and then all of a sudden it's there. Clearly a conversation happened. It's not there in the posts and feeds. All of a sudden, whoo, what do you know? He's a salty bastard, isn't he? Can't take it, can he? Look at the loser. I mean that. He's literally spending money to try and harass me, and it ain't working. He's the one looking like the fool. He is. The garbage. The abusive piece of shit he really is. The narcissist he really is. The one who has his little mind turned to being inferior already and has not changed. Never done any work. And so on, and it's just to try and annoy the guy. Get it? But, you know, the thing is I seem to attract them. They've always been around. You can literally look at my account, and as I go through posts and I consistently stay in certain feeds and so on, you'll notice they suddenly appear. They're so obvious. It's so easy to investigate it. It's not hard at all to see it. It's stupendously simple to see. It's not even a joke. You're like, no, he doesn't have it. He's just, well, if we took, and if they were listening, took a chance and investigated that, you mean? Yeah. And then if they were, I mean, there's nothing saying that wouldn't be a thing they could do. In fact, if anything, we've been doing that. What do you know? I'm so unique and special and super gifted and smart all the time. I'm a person in the government. I have authoritarian entitlement. I believe I'm better than others. Wow, and I'm the one that needs to be watched. I'm not saying it personally there, officer. How about you, vigilantes? Hacker community. Random YouTubers I've added, eventually starting to investigate the team that manages them. Random people that are watching me on my Xenon Reality Killer Reddit page, because like I only have like 40 followers or something. I get like over 120 fucking views on my shit sometimes. I was like, oh, I watched it for 8 seconds. Remember Spiffing Brit? He's like, oh no, if they just happen to watch it for a short period of time and then they go away, it tanks them being seen in certain feeds. That's consistently what's been going on for the views I get. Until eventually one actually sticks around for long enough. And then, if you see that, they started trying to annoy the shit out of me. You know, and that whole little connected thing. But he's gone now. You ever notice that one? The constant, I'm going to interrupt and everything until eventually, ooh, but that person's gone. You notice that? I can now just start and it's like, well, I'm going to have to let him fucking go and only interrupt maybe. Because that guy died. All of them that attempted that died. Anyone that downloads that, so that way I don't get those fucking views as counted, whether from the downloading part of the app or just straight up from any number of websites, I don't get that counted. But they sure can definitely make it appear as though they viewed me. For a short period of time, 2 birds, 1 stone. Tank me from getting recommended, while also getting the whole thing. Then also not having it count towards my views and helping me progress. Now, it sounds paranoia, right? Except, no, that does happen. Yes, that is a thing. Yes, clearly you're getting followed. Yes, we can obviously investigate that. Yes, there are things there clearly going on. Actually, it's stupid to suggest it's not. People never watch long-form content. That doesn't seem to be the case. I'm seeing a lot of bullshit come out of people's minds and mouths here that they don't want to fucking admit is bullshit. Yeah, okay, so there's a lack of evidence. No, there isn't. Actually, give me that metric of data. Let's see where that actually gets sent and whether or not someone downloaded anything. Let's see if it went with VPNs or proxies or some other type of thing like that. Hey, give me that data there, YouTube. Hey, what's up, ISP? Anybody seen a problem? Wouldn't there be a conspiracy at that point? It's not like they can't work there. That involves them doing that? Mm-hmm. I would think so at that point. Is that paranoia after that amount of time? Of having this happen constantly and consistently for years on end. You would just be basically suddenly now aware of it. And you'd have to do some investigation yourself, but then it wouldn't take much to realize that that's going on, would it? Probably not. No. No, it wouldn't. So, that's not paranoia at that point, is it? No. That's you getting hacked and harassed and bullied and fucking have a massive conspiracy against you. Yeah. But I just look like a schizophrenic with schizoaffective disorder and all the rest of that stuff. And oh, he's totally winkety wink, not getting because he's a male and intelligent, discounted as being disabled. And oh, by the way, they don't do that, and it's so easy to get on SSI. In America especially. Are you a woman that got SSI quickly, like your first try? You're one of the lucky ones? Okay. So, all I heard was a bunch of bullshit come out of a lot of people's minds and mouths. And I just had to literally become a professor and teacher to help someone understand and become educated. And explain that. Do you see now why it's like, oh, hey, yo, what's up? I'm doing all the work for you there, lawyer. What's up, lawyer? How you been fucking losing on all your arguments again, lawyer? You still not being able to make any sound logical sense if I were to take you to court on this, lawyer? How's it been over there in loserdom? That's right, loser. You lost your arguments long ago. It's not like I can't convince a whole bunch of people that you easily try and do and manipulate the same way. I wonder if that judge has a bias. I wonder if I can pick that apart. I wonder if I can get in there into his genuine, like, different usernames and IP network addresses and all the things he likes and dislikes and views the world as. I wonder if there were people working in the government that were going to try and assign me a date with a given judge that would more likely deny me. As if it's so impossible, and they're definitely checking in all the ways the overwhelmingly large lack of individuals seeking to apply. Is it that impossible that they're doing that? You know, I heard this story about a given programmer that got hired just to fix a given programming problem inside of a code of a type of app he used. And then he just quit after he fixed it. How many different versions of that are going to exist? Man, I can't fucking really, I can't hack this, blah, 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 blah. Look at the government. They're totally tight. Oh yeah, that ship, no leaks whatsoever. Oh my god damn, look at this fucking douche fuck over here that helped leak a bunch of evidence that was not correct at all to this Asian American woman. The racism is rampant. Guys, we must protect the racist people in the government. The judge, no, please. I have to choose between actually holding ourselves accountable and not giving ourselves enabling levels of excuses. So that way they don't have the knowledge of who gave them that information. There's an argument here for their fucking free speech. I can see how they're totally tight-shipped. There's no way they'd hire someone in a conspiracy like this. Even inside of various different fucking law enforcement agencies. Oh my god, the Federal Bureau, man, if they were fucking so inclined to take that chance with the QAnons. Look at the fucking Trump administration putting them all up in there, those racist pieces of shit. In multiple departments. Oh yeah, it's totally fucking great. They definitely don't take advantage of their power or position. There's never been a single case in all of history of America for them to have ever done this. People are totally infallible. Never make mistakes and certainly don't take advantage and abuse their power. You're making total sense over there. Government! In no way whatsoever, imbecilic motherfucking stupid filtered, ready to be deleted douche fuck. Ya gabagoo! Maybe that's why I have that view that people are after me and it's not paranoia. Maybe the medical doctors are wrong! I still am disabled for these other reasons, but maybe they're fucking just wrong. You ever consider that option? You ever consider the option that psychiatrists and psychologists are W-R-O-N-G, wrongity, wrongity, wrong? Maybe they should investigate that. What about that judge they're trying to get me with? They wouldn't do that, right? No, they would. Okay. So, what about, like, oh, I need to vet this guy if I'm going to fucking bring him up. You know, I'm like an OG. I don't want to be taken down by his fucking shit. I don't know what the hell's going on. Why would he add us all this time? I mean, I know it's fucking smart and shit, but like, fucking, there's no way. They would never do that. Now, granted, I don't really know, truthfully, but at the same time, really? And you know, Professor Broman, I love this guy. He's a creator. He's a streamer. He had a fucking moderator that prevented him from ever getting with King Gathalion. Because he didn't like King Gathalion. There's no way that could ever exist in any of the goddamn people that are with any of these YouTubers. It's a government conspiracy. It's a talent conspiracy of the YouTube variety. They put out scouts and then they make it go more viral by suggesting it in their algorithmic feed. Or there's just like people that don't want to watch it. You know what I mean? Like, what about that part? But if there's like a fucking person that just didn't like it. What about that one? Huh? How about that one? You know? What about this one though? Like, hey, I'm gonna tank this whole feed shit. I don't even know about Spiffing Brett. Oh, well, he should. He's got like fucking millions of views and subscribers. The fuck? He regularly posts about YouTube exploits. This is one of them. I wonder if because I said the word pedophile, abuse, and all the rest of this in their little algorithms, I never get fucking seen. On top of that. What if I did have hackers too? Because that's clearly what's going on there. Right? There's no way it's not. I mean, it's clear. I could fucking... If I have to do the investigator's job and present them with all the... Holy fuck. Really? Me, I'm now an amateur sleuth of the private investigator kind. Look at me in my hat and my magnifying glass. Bubble, 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 bubble. Okay, so obviously that doesn't really make sense now, does it? No, you're the one supposed to be doing that. The fuck? Forget about the fucking physics and everything else. What about that shit? That's clearly going on. How many massive holes does that open? How big and wide does it get? Wouldn't you want to know how far your government's going against its own people? Come on, am I really not making that much sense? They couldn't do that. They wouldn't because it's so illegal or bad to do, huh? That prevents everyone from doing any naughty, bad, illegal thing. Eh? You make logical sense, I say, in the mirror with my full clown makeup and fucking entire ensemble. Honk, 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 honk. As I walk away. You're laughing? How is it funny? Why are you laughing? The absurdity of that laugh. I'm the one getting hurt. I'm a victim. Why are you laughing? You're laughing at my pain and suffering. I'm locked over here. In a Nazi-like regime and control. Well, you have a theater, you have a pool and stuff. You know, we treated them really nice, actually. What? Fuck you, Nazis. You know, it's not, come on, guys. There's no way there could be a conspiracy against honk, 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 honk. Really? Come on. I'm the one that needs help. Why am I not able to get help? Because everywhere I can look for help won't be able to help me. Every one of them is basically a lying piece of shit to me at this point. You ask why I do that. What else is there to do? Come on, man. Really? You're gonna look at me like you're the fucking logical, sound-minded one that can tell fact from fiction with the level of cognitive dissonance that you live in fantasy land with? To not have to acknowledge the truth around you? The one that gets voting rights. The one that gets viewed as if you are logical and reasonable and understandable. And people should listen to. Somehow. That all of you aren't a bunch of jokes, absurd in the insanity you continue to perpetuate as you ruin your whole fucking planet, world, and society for no fucking reason other than fake currency that is backed with just a hope and belief of it making some amount of something occur. There's no resource. It's not aggregated to be an average, so that way your time, which is valuable, you only have a certain amount, that it consistently gets less as you go. That should be exponentially increased alongside of the inflation and more, like you should have, and even in the worldest, wackiest, just fucking stupidest, most fantastical garbage idea of a belief that there should be a capitalistic or even currency. It's resources. It's time in, something out. Like it makes any sense at all to have leaves as a middleman. Like in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy when the aliens crashed and we have a bunch of leaves. That's right. Look at us. We got a bunch of leaves. We're packing. Oh yeah, no, I have some minutes from fucking. Oh yeah. What's the value of this? It's the perceived value. Exactly. It doesn't have value.
It's perception. It's nothing. It's valueless. It's just the fact that you can get something for it, and they promise that. We promise. Trust me, bro. Until you have to bail them out again, right? And you look at me as if I'm a Republican? The very idea, it disgusts me. Not to mention that most Democrats aren't exactly someone I side with either. To be fair. Oh, we got a strong-minded independent who's insanely gifted and intelligent. So wait a second, I should maybe hold off on that. But it's like, no, the values of free education and healthcare and housing and water and food, electricity, the ability to pursue a lot of things in life. And, man, there's a lot that I already have on my YouTube channel. Where is it that I'm a Republican? Man, let me see those Republicans, guys. Maybe we can get them on our side. Let me walk over there, saunter. Hey, what's up? I'm schmoozing with you. What's going on, guys? Yeah, hey, would you like to be able to vote for this, huh? I mean, that's what your Bible says to do, you know, if you really look at it, you know. I don't listen to those my cherry-picked views only of this. Okay. Sauntering away. That didn't go well. It turns out they were always shit. See what I mean? Meanwhile, I'm the insane one that doesn't want to put up with any of it anymore. That's broken down by it all. That literally can't even get himself to do his regular everyday activity half the time. He can somehow go over there and work a job. No, that's clearly not the case. He's a guy, he's smart, and so he should be. Look at that judge over there. Well, why aren't you a billionaire, Judge? You're clearly a guy and smart. You should be a billionaire. Why aren't you just rich, huh? I mean, you got money. Why aren't you doing the right thing to get so much money? You're a billionaire. How come you're stupid, huh? You abled person that's clearly just lying. You could easily be a billionaire. Look at you, loser. You know this is a game, right? You're definitely losing if you're not grinding still, Judge. Look at you, believing in prosecution. Look at, they're not billionaires. How come you don't just listen to the billionaires? Go, 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 go. Honk, 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 honk. Lick, lick, lick. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Look at you guys over there, having a blast. Authority figures are always right, and you would have nothing to fear if you had nothing going on wrong. Go, go, honk, honk, honk. They're always right. Winkety wink, nudge, nudge. Come on, guys, we'll get up there and we'll be allowed to do the same thing to those down below us. Don't you want to be the same? God. The absurdity of it all! What the fuck is this? What the fuck? This is how we run things? What the fuck? The hell is this shit? What? They're not insane though, they just act like they are. It's the worst. It's like, no, this is normal behavior. How the fuck did it, what the fuck? When did this become normal? Where the fuck did this become normal? What the hell is going on here? What the fuck? I'm surrounded by people that'll just fucking stab me. holy shit! And they'll just pretend that they didn't. They voted all together for it, and then the mob came over. No, you need to sit there and just let us stab you. What? No! Ah! Stabs! Oh! What the fucking hell? Honk, 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 honk. Insanity. See, that's the thing. You're the one going insane. You're doing the same thing. You're treating it like you shouldn't ultimately remove them. You're treating it like they deserve you and your thoughts. You're treating it like you should give them a chance. You're insane right now. You need to wake up. You need to fucking stop being insane. Come on, wake up. Stop doing it. They're gonna fucking take advantage of you. Wake the fuck up. Wake up. Realize woke is not woke. They're the same. Means to an end. It'll repeat itself again. History and another cycle has happened. They don't address the real fucking problem. We believe that we should be allowing them to continue. That we shouldn't purge them like they are already purging us. We are in a fight and you don't even see it. A fight for empathy and compassion and sympathy. A fight for intelligence. A fight for a chance at continuing our civilization towards the future. A chance for having a change that's positive for all that deserve it. A chance to right a wrong. And I'm one of those wrongs. I'm being wronged. I'm being taken advantage of. I'm being hurt. Fuck you. Being gaslit, told I'm insane and crazy, couldn't possibly be. And yet, they don't even look or even try to know. And yet, you're going to go outside and go back to the same job, aren't you? And help them do it to me. Be a part of them. You Nazis! You fascist fucks! You're anarchists? My ass! You're anarchists. You're socialists? My fucking ass, you are. You're good people? The good book says so? Burn it! Because it's worthless, because you're not. You don't even adhere to it anyways. You little book-loving stupid fucks. Might as well be a fucking Harry Potter collective cult. How much you cherry-pick it. You ain't good. Not a single one of you. You'll never be. I'm supposed to trust you? Show me I can trust you. I can't, because then I would be hurt and go to jail for things I did to you. Good! Go to fucking jail! I hope you do! You gabagoo! Oh, he's insane. He's schizo. Doesn't change that there's clearly something there. How deep will it go, actually? How many people did I say are going to have to take that L and die the ways I specified? How many of them can you trace back to me from all the way in Chandler? Natural disasters and more. How are you going to play that? Are you going to be a gabagoo? Who says you're a good person right now? You didn't know? How? I'm supposed to want to be involved? That's right, be a part of your little societal peer pressuring garbage shitheads. I'm supposed to want that? Why? What are you going to give me? What makes you worthwhile at all? Any of you? Of course, I still continue because you're the one that deserves to die, not me. You're the one that deserves to get punished, not me, obviously. You're the one that screams you deserve to be punished simply because you don't want to be, even if it is true that you should be the one. It's not how it works. I know. Idiot, fuck, stupid, cunt, face. Gabagoo. You make sure to enable yourselves and excuse your abuses. What if we put an end to that? What if it all came out? That'd be good, that's for sure. Clearly, it'd be a mistake not to. Can't tell us to kill everyone. You are killing everyone by not doing it, you fuck up. As if that's logical. Reasonable. Anything other than literal, you know damn well that you're going to make sure everybody dies. And you're not even going to have fun, ever. You just pretend to try and make me fucking feel like I'm missing out on something, and I want that. Fuck all of you. It's the truth. I deserve better. I deserve someone that's willing to fight for me, loves me and cares about me, and knows that I'm not insane, understands that I'm doing the right thing for myself and they want to help me. And I deserve to do the right thing for myself. And even if it fucks them up, it's still the right fucking thing to do. And they're only going to do that which helps me. Altruistic, selfish, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's just the right thing. It's the only move to be made. Realistically, no matter what. If you made it almost 4 hours into this, have fun. I outlined, yet again, how all of those things should be going on. And what I'm dealing with on a daily basis. As if I should post it. As if I should put it on my Facebook and my fucking Reddit and my Twitter and everything. As if it'll change anything. As if anything will get better. As if any of it matters. And yet I do it because maybe, someone, something, maybe, please, something, someone out there, please! Can anything at all help a guy out? I'm helping myself out as much as I can. You need to do something. Shut up, you. As if you care. As if you don't know what you could do. Fuck all of you. Fuck that. Fuck that. You know you can help. You know you could help me. You know you could show I could trust you. You know you could do something. You know you could put in the work. You know you could try just as hard as I am. You know we could put an end to this. You're willing to put all that work in for this to continue being shit and bad. It's not even comfortable or anything good or positive about it. You know you could change. Don't ask me. Don't look at me as if I should be doing that for you. Don't ask me to trust you. That's for fucking sure. Don't ask me if you deserve anything. Fuck you all. That's doing this. All part of it. There's gotta be something. Somewhere. I can only hope. Somehow. It's there. That's all I've got. That's all I've got. Because there ain't nothing else here in this fucking ridiculous bullshit going on. That's for fucking sure. Like and subscribe or some shit. I don't fucking know. Pass it around to your friends. Maybe I'll get some help somehow. Fucking dicks.